Mr. President, 302,000. 302,000. That's how many migrant U.S. Customs and Border Protection is reported to have encountered at our southern border in the month of December. 1 month, 302,000. Now, to put that number in perspective, 302,000 is equivalent to roughly a third of the population of my home state of South Dakota, or almost half of the population of Vermont, or more than half, I should say, of the population of Wyoming. And that's just 1 month of encounters. 1 month. Just when you think the Biden border crisis can't get any worse, it gets worse. Mr. President, the situation at our southern border is unsustainable. We've had 3 successive record-breaking years of illegal immigration at the southern border under President Biden. And if the current trend continues, we're well on our way to a 4th. The Border Patrol is stretched thin. Border towns are stretched thin. And other major U.S. cities are struggling to deal with an influx of migrants. Take New York City, for example. New York City is currently facing cuts to city services, including a massive 13.5% cut to its police force as a result of the migrant crisis. And while the practical challenges posed by this immigration crisis are massive, even more worrisome are the national security challenges. Our country cannot be secure while we have hundreds of thousands of migrants flooding across our southern border each month, frequently to end up released into the United States with court dates years into the future. And even more concerning are those who are making their way into our country without being apprehended. Since October 1st alone, there have been more than 83,000 known gotaways at our southern border. And those are individuals that the Border Patrol saw but was unable to apprehend. That's 83,000 individuals making their way into our country without our having the slightest idea of who they are, what they're doing here, or where in the United States they're planning to travel. 83,000. And while some of them may simply be in search of a better life, others may be dangerous individuals who should not be entering our country. And let's be very clear, Mr. President, there are dangerous individuals who are trying to make their way into our country. Between October and November alone, the Border Patrol arrested 30 individuals on the terrorist watch list attempting to make their way across our southern border. Fiscal year 2023 saw 169 individuals on the terrorist watch list arrested at our southern border. 169. A substantial increase, I might add, over fiscal year 2022, which was itself a substantial increase over fiscal year 2021. And that's not a good trajectory, Mr. President. And again, I point out, these numbers only refer to the individuals the Border Patrol actually apprehended. There were 670,000 known gotaways during fiscal year 2023. How many of them were terrorists, criminals, or other dangerous individuals? The fact of the matter is, we don't know. And that's disturbing. This is insanity. 169 that they caught on the terrorist watch list trying to come across our southern border, 670,000 last year who came across the southern border that got away. We have no idea the composition of those people or how many of them. I suspect that most people who are trying to get in here that are terrorists or some other type of involved in some other type of criminal enterprise probably figure out a way to get in here and not get caught. There may be quite a few of those on the got-away list. What we know, Mr. President, however, is that we must regain operational control of the southern border, and it has to happen now. And since President Biden has failed to do so, and since his policies have encouraged illegal immigration, Congress is going to have to act. We must act. I'm pleased that Democrats have finally come to the table in a real way to discuss needed reforms. But I want to say again that the only acceptable reforms are reforms that will actually meet the challenge at our southern border. Republicans will not sign off on cosmetic measures or superficial tweaks or simply just throwing more money at the problem. We owe the American people a secure border, and will not agree to anything less than real reforms. And Mr. President, I've said this before, I've said it many times. We are a nation of immigrants. I'm one generation removed. My grandfather came here as an immigrant. And yet we're a nation of laws. First and foremost, it's fundamental. It is the foundation, it is the bedrock principle that distinguishes our country from so many other countries around the world. We have laws and they have to be followed. And when people come to this country, and we're a welcoming country, they need to follow the law. So fixing the problem, Mr. President, means not just additional funding for border security measures and enforcement personnel, but a meaningful reform of our asylum and patrol systems, which have been abused under the Biden administration. A recent CBS News article noted, and I quote, "Over the past few years, the U.S. asylum system has become a proxy process for migrants to stay and work in America, irrespective of whether they have valid claims or not," end quote. That is not acceptable. Our asylum system is meant to be a refuge for those who face genuine danger from persecution. It is not meant to serve as temporary de facto amnesty for those who simply would prefer to live in the United States. And our parole system is being abused as well. The Biden Department of Homeland Security's overly permissive application of parole has allowed hundreds of thousands of individuals who've not been granted legal status and who may not have a case for remaining in the United States to take up residence in our country, once again providing de facto amnesty, even if temporary. The Biden administration's abuse of our asylum and parole systems has to be reined in if we hope to stem the tide of individuals flooding into the country. And so any acceptable border security reform must include reform of these systems. Mr. President, while it may have taken them a long time to get here, I am, as I said, encouraged that at least Democrats have finally come to the table. And I hope, for the sake of our country, that sooner rather than later, we will arrive at an agreement. We've had 3 years of the Biden border crisis. Let's make sure we don't have a fourth. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum. Mr. President, negotiations continue on border security reforms to be included in the National Security Supplemental, and I'm thankful that after 3 years of chaos at our southern border, Democrats have at least finally come to the table, because it is long past time to get the situation under control. As I said, for 3 years, almost since the day President Biden took office, we've confronted chaos at our southern border. And rather than improving this crisis, or rather I should say improving, this crisis has just grown worse and worse with time. Fiscal year 2021 saw a record-breaking 1,734,686 migrant encounters at our southern border. Then fiscal year 2022 broke that record. And then fiscal year 2023 broke that record. And if fiscal year 2024 continues on its current trajectory, we will yet again end up breaking another record. December reportedly saw a staggering 302,000 migrant encounters at our southern border. Not only the highest December number ever recorded, but the highest number ever recorded for any month, period. My colleague from Pennsylvania recently compared September's nearly 270,000 border encounters to having the entire population of Pittsburgh crossing our southern border in 1 month. In 1 month, Mr. President. And the comparison is even more apt with December's number. Mr. President, we can't afford to be having a major city's worth of illegal immigrants crossing our southern border every single month. As border cities have long known, and as major Democrat cities are now finding to their cost, this simply isn't sustainable. New York City, which has seen 150,000 plus migrants enter the city since last spring, is facing cuts to city services as a result of the influx. In fact, just yesterday, it was reported that Mayor Adams is actually temporarily removing students from their classrooms to house migrants. It's not just New York that's overwhelmed. So are cities like Denver and Chicago. The mayor of Chicago recently noted that the situation his city and others are facing is, quote, unsustainable. So there are massive practical problems associated with having a city's worth of people coming across our southern border each and every single month. But, Mr. President, that isn't the worst of it. The even bigger concern is the national security crisis that this represents. Our nation cannot be secure while we have hundreds of thousands of migrants flooding across our southern border each month, frequently to end up released into the United States with court dates that are literally years into the future. The sheer volume smooths the way for criminals, terrorists, and other dangerous individuals to make their way into our country. And there are dangerous individuals trying to make their way into our country. Make no mistake about that, Mr. President. During the first 2 months of fiscal year 2024 alone, 30 individuals on the terrorist watch list were apprehended at our southern border. That is literally one every other day. Fiscal year 2023 saw 169 individuals on the terrorist watch list apprehended at our southern border, which was more than the previous 6 fiscal years combined. And if we continue on our current trajectory, we will break the 2023 record this year. And that, Mr. President, is deeply concerning. Those are just the individuals that the Border Patrol is actually apprehending. We have no way of knowing how many dangerous individuals have entered our country over the past few years without being apprehended. Since the beginning of fiscal year 2021, there have been more than 1.7 million known gotaways, and those are individuals that the Border Patrol saw but was unable to apprehend. Since October 1st alone, there have been more than 83,000 known gotaways. That is 83,000 individuals entering our country without our knowing who they are, why they're here, or where in the United States they're going. And there is no way of telling how many unknown gotaways there have been. With the current chaos at our southern border, there is no question that some individuals are managing to make it into the United States completely undetected. And with so many illegal immigrants arriving at our border these days planning to get caught so they can take advantage of the Biden administration's lax asylum and parole policies, it is especially concerning to see these gotaways who are working to evade Border Patrol. Some of them may indeed be entering the United States simply hoping for a better life. But it is highly likely that a number of them have more malign intentions. I mean, think about it, Mr. President. You look at the number of people just in the month of October, 1,569 convicted criminals got into the country, 50 gang members, 93 people who had warrants for their arrest, and 12 terrorists. That was 1 month, just 1 month. And those are the people that are apprehended. Think about those gotaways, which I mentioned, 83,000 known gotaways since October the 1st, and then the unknown gotaways, who you assume are people who know how to evade law enforcement and have figured out how to get into the country illegally. The point, Mr. President, simply is this. Our southern border has become a portal for people with all kinds of malign interests to get into this country. Now, arguably, there was a time when people came here from places like Central and South America in pursuit of a better life. And obviously, you can't blame them for leaving the places where they live and wanting to live in the United States. They come here illegally. We have ways of people getting into this country legally, laws that should be followed. We are a nation of laws. But the fact that people like terrorists, like criminals, like cartels, who are trafficking in who knows what, weapons, drugs, humans. We know how many people are dying every year from fentanyl in this country. Our southern border is out of control. It is a danger to our national security, and it is a threat to the safety and security of every community in this country, whether you're on the border or not. You know, people used to think of this issue as something that just affects people along the southern border. It's not. I just mentioned New York, Chicago, Denver, facing very, very hard decisions because they don't know how to manage this huge influx of migrants coming into their communities. And again, many of them coming here for reasons that are perhaps understandable, nevertheless, still in violation of our laws. But now what's most concerning, Mr. President, is the very fact that so many of these people that are being apprehended have criminal records, members of gangs, or worse yet, on the terrorist watch list. What do you think they're doing trying to get into this country? Seems pretty obvious to me. And someday we're going to face something in this country that they're going to trace back, some incident harmful to Americans, they're going to trace back to somebody that came across the southern border. And this administration and these lax policies and their unwillingness to enforce the law are going to be responsible for it. Mr. President, we are a nation of immigrants. I've said that many times. My own grandfather was an immigrant. And immigrants have helped build this country into what it is today. And I'm a strong supporter of legal immigration. As I said, we have ways for people to come here. But, Mr. President, we are first and foremost and fundamentally and foundationally a nation of laws. And we will only be able to remain a nation of laws as long as the law is respected and enforced, meaning this: immigration needs to be legal. And we need to know who is coming into our country and why. So I'm very much hoping that in the very near future, the ongoing border negotiations will produce real reforms that will help us finally regain operational control of our southern border. 3 years of chaos is 3 years too many. It's time to get this done. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, over the weekend, a reporter asked President Biden if the situation at our southern border is a crisis. No, the President said. No. Well, Mr. President, I would express surprise, but unfortunately failing to recognize crises is pretty much par for the course for President Biden. You can see also his inflation crisis or his withdrawal from Afghanistan. But the President's answer is still notable for the complete disconnection it shows from the reality at our southern border. And it demonstrates why it has become absolutely necessary for Congress to step in. Because the situation at our southern border is in fact a crisis, a logistical crisis, a humanitarian crisis, and a national security crisis. For the President's edification, I'll just run through the numbers. We have had 3 record-breaking years of illegal immigration at our southern border on President Biden's watch. Fiscal year 2021 saw a record-breaking 1,734,686 migrant encounters at our southern border. And then fiscal year 2022 broke that record And then fiscal year 2023 broke the 2022 record. And if fiscal year 2024 continues on its current trajectory, we will end up breaking the record yet again. December reportedly saw a staggering 302,000 migrant encounters at our southern border, the highest monthly number ever recorded. And I cannot emphasize just enough how large of a number that is. As my colleague from Pennsylvania said of September's border number, it's like having the city of Pittsburgh show up at the border in just 1 month. Mr. President, American cities, blue cities, now as well as border cities, are staggering under the influx of migrants. Major cities like Chicago and New York are running up big bills and have begged for more federal money. And that's just to deal with a fraction of the number of migrants we saw across the border in December alone. But more than a logistical crisis, and of course a humanitarian crisis, since migrants are exposed to significant dangers on their journey to the border, this is a national security crisis. Our country cannot be secure while we have hundreds of thousands of individuals illegally flooding across our southern border every single month. The volume alone smooths the way for terrorists, criminals, and other dangerous individuals to enter our country. And there are, Mr. President, dangerous individuals trying to enter our country. In the first 2 months of fiscal year 2024, 30 individuals on the terrorist watch list were apprehended attempting to cross our southern border. In other words, roughly one every other day. Fiscal year 2023 saw 169 individuals on the terrorist watch list apprehended at our southern border, a sharp increase over fiscal year 2022, which was itself a sharp increase over fiscal year 2021. That's a dangerous trajectory, Mr. President. And of course, those numbers only refer to individuals that the Border Patrol actually apprehended. Since October the 1st alone, there have been more than 83,000 known gotaways, and those are individuals the Border Patrol saw but was unable to apprehend. And there is no telling how many unknown gotaways there have been over that same period. How many of those individuals were terrorists, criminals, or other dangerous individuals? Well, the fact of the matter is, Mr. President, we have no way of knowing. What we do know is that dangerous people are trying to make their way into our country across our southern border. And there is no question that the chaos at our southern border is smoothing the way for them. Mr. President, President Biden bears a lot of responsibility for the 3 years of chaos we've seen at our southern border. From the day that he took office, when he rescinded the declaration of a national emergency at our southern border, President Biden made it clear that border security was at the bottom of his priority list. And over the 3 years since, he has turned our southern border into a magnet for illegal migration, from repealing border policies of his predecessor to misusing our asylum and parole systems, which are now providing temporary amnesty to hundreds of thousands of individuals who are here illegally. And as his answer to the reporter over the weekend once again made clear, he still does not understand the magnitude of the resulting crisis. In fact, he doesn't understand that it's a crisis at all. And so it's time for Congress to step in. After months of delay, Democrats have finally come to the table, and I'm encouraged by the ongoing talks. And I'm hopeful that in the coming days we will see final agreement on real border security legislation, not cosmetic fixes or superficial tweaks, but real reforms that will allow us to stem the flow at our southern border. Senator Langford deserves a ton of credit for staying at the negotiating table to hammer home the reality of the situation to Democrats and to craft long-term changes to our border policies that will decrease the flow to the border and remove individuals already within the country. And I have to say, Mr. President, I am grateful for his hard work. 3 years of chaos is long enough. We owe it. We owe it to the American people to get this crisis under control today. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum. Mr. President, this past Saturday marked 3 years of the Biden administration. And after 3 full years under President Biden, the question naturally arises, is America better off? Are Americans better off? And for a whole lot of Americans, the answer is no. In a December poll, 55% of voters said they are worse off under President Biden. In a January poll, 46% of voters said their personal financial situation is getting worse, compared to just 28% who said it is improving. And a recent ABC News article noted, and I quote, "In a dispiriting sign of the times, barely more than a quarter of Americans say the American dream still holds true," end quote. And Mr. President, it's no wonder, because perhaps the biggest legacy of the President's first 3 years in office is a massive inflation crisis that has still not gone away. Inflation may have descended from the stratospheric heights it reached earlier in the President's term, but we are still stuck with an inflation rate well above the Federal Reserve's target rate of 2%. And inflation actually ticked up again in December by a not insignificant margin. The practical effect, Mr. President, has been that a whole lot of Americans have seen their breathing room disappear under President Biden. According to a recent analysis from members of the Joint Economic Committee here in Congress, a typical household has to spend over $11,000 more each year to maintain the same standard of living it had at the beginning of the Biden administration. $11,000 more each year. That, Mr. President, is a staggering amount of money. And it's money that a lot of families don't have. And so it's not surprising that 55% of voters say they are worse off under President Biden. It turns out that when you're spending 20% more on groceries and 18% more on shelter and 35% more on gasoline and 25% more on electricity and on over the course of just 3 years, you don't feel very prosperous. And I haven't even mentioned how difficult it has gotten for many Americans to achieve the dream of home ownership, thanks in part to rate hikes that the Federal Reserve has had to implement to deal with President Biden's inflation crisis. Suffice it to say that the inflation crisis President Biden helped create with his so-called American Rescue Plan has resulted in economic misery for a lot of Americans. Mr. President, the President will unquestionably be remembered for his massive inflation crisis. But he will also be remembered for presiding over a border crisis of staggering proportions, a crisis that, like the inflation crisis, he had a large hand in creating. From the day he took office, when he rescinded the declaration of a national emergency at our southern border, President Biden made it clear that border security was at the bottom of his priority list. And over the 3 years since, he's turned our southern border into a magnet for illegal migration, from repealing border policies of his predecessor to misusing our asylum and parole systems, which are now providing temporary amnesty to hundreds of thousands of individuals who are here in our country illegally. We've had 3 record-breaking years of illegal immigration at our southern border on President Biden's watch. Fiscal year 2021 saw a record-breaking 1,734,686 migrant encounters at our southern border. And then fiscal year 2022 broke that record. And then fiscal year 2023 broke that record. And if fiscal year 2024 continues on its current trajectory, we will end up breaking the record yet again. December reportedly saw a staggering 302,000 migrant encounters at our southern border, the highest monthly number ever recorded. To borrow an analogy from our colleague from Pennsylvania, that's like having the entire city of Pittsburgh show up at our southern border in just 1 month. And that doesn't count the gotaways. And of course, the overwhelming numbers we're seeing make it easier for dangerous individuals to make their way into our country. Between October and November alone, 30 individuals on the terrorist watch list were apprehended attempting to cross our southern border. In other words, roughly one every other day. And those are just, again, Mr. President, the individuals that were actually apprehended. Since October the 1st, there have been more than 83,000 known gotaways, and those are individuals that the Border Patrol saw but was unable to apprehend. How many of them were criminals, terrorists, or other dangerous individuals? The truth of the matter is, Mr. President, we just don't know. But what we do know is that the crisis at our southern border is leaving a gaping hole in our national security, one that the President has spent a majority of the past 3 years essentially ignoring. Mr. President, his border crisis and his inflation crisis might be the two most notable features of the President's first 3 years in office. But the President's also leaving some other troubling legacies. His hostility to conventional energy production and his devotion to Green New Deal policies have put us on a dangerous trajectory when it comes to our nation's energy security. We're already seeing weaknesses in our electric grid, and the President's energy policies are putting us at risk of significant disruptions to our supply. On the trade front, the President's almost complete lack of action on meaningful trade agreements has meant declining market access for American farmers and ranchers and threatens Americans' competitiveness in the global market. And the weakness the President has frequently demonstrated on the national security front, from his disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan to his attempt to revive President Obama's dangerous nuclear deal with Iran, have compromised America's ability to deter hostile actors on the world stage. So, Mr. President, I could go on, but I'll end it here. Suffice it to say that it has been a rough 3 years for our country under President Biden, and it's not over yet. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum. Mr. President, if there's anything that keeps my Democrat colleagues up at night, I'm pretty sure it's the specter of some aspect of society not being regulated by the federal government. How else to explain Democrats' tendency to propose heavy-handed government solutions to address non-existent problems? And there is no better example of a heavy-handed government solution to a non-existent problem than the Biden Federal Communication Commission's recent push to impose burdensome net neutrality regulations. So what is net neutrality, Mr. President? Well, at its core, it's the idea that Internet service providers shouldn't prioritize or block certain Internet traffic at the expense of other traffic. Understood in that way, it's a concept that has strong bipartisan support. But that's not what we're talking about with the Biden FCC's proposal. The Biden FCC wants to use the idea of net neutrality as a cover to assert broad new government powers over the Internet using rules that were designed for telephone monopolies back during the Great Depression. Mr. President, the net neutrality regime the Biden FCC is contemplating was actually put in place once before, during the Obama administration. And the results were predictable. The Obama FCC's measure opened the door to a whole host of new government regulations, including price regulations. And broadband investment declined as a result. That was a problem for Americans generally who benefit when the United States is at the forefront of Internet growth and expansion. And it was particularly bad news for Americans in rural states like South Dakota. Getting broadband to rural communities is already more challenging than installing broadband in cities and suburbs, and the possibility of heavier regulations acted as a further disincentive to expanding that access. Fast forward to 2017. The FCC, under Chairman Pai, voted to repeal the heavy-handed net neutrality regulations passed by the Obama FCC, a prospect that was greeted with absolute hysteria from Democrats. We were told that the internet as we know it would disappear, that providers would slow speeds to a crawl. If you can believe this, that our freedom of speech was threatened. Well, Mr. President, I don't think I need to tell anyone that none of what Democrats predicted came to pass. As anyone who has been on the internet lately knows, the internet has not just survived, but thrived. Innovation has flourished. Competition has increased. The internet remains a vehicle for free and open discourse. And internet speeds have not only not slowed down, they've gotten faster and faster. Despite the explosive growth in internet usage during the pandemic, American networks had no problem keeping up with demand, delivering the reliable service that Americans have come to expect. Let's contrast that with Europe, where internet regulation is much more heavy-handed, and Europe struggled to deal with increased internet usage. In fact, European service providers slowed internet speeds to maintain connectivity. The United States is now a leader in adopting next-generation telecommunication services like 5G and advanced Wi-Fi, while Europe struggles to keep pace. So, Mr. President, as I said, the Biden FCC's net neutrality proposal is a solution, and I would argue a heavy-handed government solution in search of a problem. And it's likely to create problems where none currently exist. Given the Biden administration's demonstrated willingness to use its regulatory power to advance its far-left economic and social agendas, it is not hard to imagine the Biden administration using its new net neutrality powers to shape Americans' internet experience for its own ends. The FCC's net neutrality proposal could hasten the demise of the free and open internet it's allegedly supported to protect. Now, on the practical side, as FCC Commissioner Carr, a Republican appointee who opposes this proposal, has pointed out, there's also good reason to fear that this measure could drive up Americans' internet costs and open the door to new taxes and fees on Americans' internet bills. And of course, Mr. President, as I said, last time heavy-handed net neutrality regulations were put in place, broadband investment declined in response. And there's good reason to believe that the same thing would happen this time. The United States could quickly lose its place as a leader in internet technology, and Americans could lose out on the benefits of living in a country that's at the forefront of internet innovation. Mr. President, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I have to emphasize again just how much the Biden FCC's proposal is a solution in search of a problem. There is absolutely no reason for heavy-handed government interference in a free, open, and thriving sector of our economy. And there is every reason to oppose a proposal that would not only threaten to raise prices and decrease innovation, but would give the federal government and the Biden administration a dangerous amount of control over Americans' internet experience. Mr. President, I've led a letter with more than 40 of my colleagues calling for the Biden FCC to abandon this just incredibly ill-advised proposal. And I will continue to urge my colleagues of both parties to oppose this alarming measure. Because if the Biden FCC has its way, we may soon find ourselves dealing with the very opposite of net neutrality. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of quorum.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President, the nation received tragic news on Sunday morning. 3 American soldiers were killed in an attack by an Iran-backed militia against Tower 22, a base in northeast Jordan that sits near the border of Syria and Iraq. More than 40 service members were also injured in the attack, with 8 requiring evacuation. The families of the fallen and injured are in our prayers, as are the families of the 2 Navy SEALs who were lost at sea off the coast of Somalia earlier this month during a dangerous nighttime raid to interdict Iranian missile parts being shipped to the Houthis in Yemen. We owe all of these military members a tremendous debt of gratitude. Mr. President, there will no doubt be an investigation into how the drone that killed our soldiers on Sunday was reportedly mistaken as a friendly drone. But with more than 165 attacks against U.S. troops over the last several months, the risk of a U.S. fatality has been very high. And the half measures so far pursued by the Biden administration have failed to stop us from reaching this tragic milestone. And that's because the Biden administration's posture is missing a key element. It is possible to deter an adversary from taking certain actions by having the military capabilities to deny their success or to impose a crippling response. But having the military might alone isn't sufficient for a credible deterrence. These capabilities have to be backed up with a clear willingness to use them. So when the Biden administration repeatedly asserts that we don't want to escalate with Iran, that we don't seek a war with Iran, the Iranian regime sees that as permission to set loose its terrorist proxies. It's unquestionably true that we would prefer to avoid escalation in the region. And I'm not here to call for war with Iran. But if the Ayatollahs in Iran are to be believed, they say they do not want war either. But if every diplomatic admonishment and so-called proportional response to the Houthis or Iran-backed militias comes with the caveat that we are not seeking to escalate, it's interpreted as we won't escalate. This is not the language of deterrence. And it neuters the ability of our counterstrikes to compel any change in behavior. So what should this administration do in response to the 165-plus attacks against U.S. forces in Iraq, Syria, in the Red Sea, and now in Jordan? First and most importantly, keep all options on the table. Let the Iranian regime guess the lengths to which we will go to protect our troops from attacks, combat terrorism, uphold our freedom of navigation in the Red Sea, and help our ally Israel. Second, the President, as Commander-in-Chief, needs to take decisive action and articulate his strategy to the American people. Now, I'll defer to our military leaders on what measures will send the clearest message to Iran that its days of enabling attacks against U.S. military targets are numbered. But there is no question that we need something more compelling than the President's handful of airstrikes, which have clearly done nothing to deter Iran and its proxies. When the stakes are this high and American lives are on the line, half measures will not cut it. Mr. President, when it comes to President Biden's handling of Iran, a course correction is long overdue. First, there was President Biden's attempt to reinstate the Obama administration's flawed Iran nuclear deal. Then there was the Biden administration's attempt to unfreeze $6 billion in Iranian assets as part of a deal to free American prisoners. Thankfully, the administration ultimately refroze those funds in the wake of Hamas's October the 7th attack against Israel. But unfreezing them in the first place was a serious mistake. And it isn't just this kid-glove treatment that has emboldened and enabled Iran. The President's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan on a timeline announced to our enemies seriously dented perception of America's resolve. And then there are things like the President's decision to restart funding to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, otherwise known as UNRWA. New intelligence has confirmed what we had long suspected, and that is that roughly 10% of UNRWA workers in Gaza have ties to Islamist militant groups. Worst, at least 12 members actually participated in Hamas's October 7th attack, with 2 kidnapping an Israeli woman, 2 raiding an Israeli kibbutz, and another providing ammo to Hamas terrorists. President Trump stopped sending taxpayer dollars to UNRWA in 2018 in response to reports that its staff held affiliations with Hamas and promoted anti-Semitism in classrooms. So why in the world would the Biden administration restart this funding without certifying it wouldn't be used to support terrorism? Another unforced error that has harmed our credibility in the eyes of our adversaries. So what happens next, Mr. President? President Biden needs to demonstrate resolve and leadership in bringing a swift end to Iran's campaign of terror. He must forcefully respond to Iran and show that the U.S. will be unwavering in defending our national interests, especially our troops. And he needs to seriously reconsider the reported plans to withdraw U.S. troops from Iraq and Syria based on an arbitrary timeline rather than security conditions on the ground, which will only be interpreted as a retreat by Iran and its terrorist proxies. And, Mr. President, it would also be nice if he stopped stifling American energy and unfroze the liquefied natural gas exports approvals he recently halted so that our allies aren't forced to turn to countries like Russia and Iran for energy supplies. Mr. President, this is a critical time. The eyes of the world, and particularly the eyes of our adversaries, are on our President. I sincerely hope, Mr. President, that he will step up to meet the challenge. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum. Mr. President, an early report suggests that the Biden administration may have set yet another record at our southern border, and not the good kind. If this early report is accurate, the number of migrant encounters at our southern border in January is the highest January number ever recorded. That, of course, would follow December's record-breaking number of migrant encounters, which was a staggering 309,034. That's not only the highest December number ever recorded, but the highest number for any month ever recorded. Before that, of course, there was September's record-breaking number, and the list goes on. Mr. President, the Biden administration has presided over a truly unprecedented crisis at our nation's border. We've had 3 years of record-breaking illegal immigration under the Biden administration. Fiscal year 2021 saw a record-breaking 1,734,686 migrant encounters at our southern border. Then fiscal year 2022 broke that record. And then fiscal year 2023 broke that record. And they didn't break that 2021 record by a small margin either. Fiscal year 2023 exceeded fiscal year 2021 by a staggering 740,000 plus encounters. And Mr. President, if the current trajectory continues, it is likely that fiscal year 2024 will break the record yet again. All told, since President Biden took office, there have been more than 7 million migrant encounters at our southwest border. And that's just counting the individuals who were stopped by Customs and Border Protection. Since January 2021, when President Biden took office, there have been more than 1.7 million known gotaways. And those are individuals the Border Patrol saw but was unable to apprehend. And we have no idea how many unknown gotaways there have been over the same period. Well, Mr. President, I could keep throwing out numbers all day. But needless to say, my point is this. The situation at our southern border is a disaster. It is unprecedented, and it is untenable. Mr. President, America needs farmers and ranchers. We need the men and women, and often entire families, who are willing to do the hard work to feed our country and the world. Places like my home state of South Dakota, farming and ranching are just part of our way of life. But this important work involves a great deal of risk. Few jobs, for example, are as subject to the whims of the weather and fluctuations of the market. So for almost 100 years, Congress has regularly passed a farm bill to back agricultural producers with programs and policies that mitigate risk and help them to keep going through the tough times. And with the 2018 Farm Bill expiring last year, Congress needs to take up this important task once again. And while I'm glad Congress passed an extension of critical Farm Bill programs through the 2024 growing season, a temporary extension is no substitute for a full, updated bill. Mr. President, I've been able to help craft 4 farm bills during my time in Congress, and for me, the process always begins and ends with farmers and ranchers. In addition to my regular discussions with farmers and ranchers as I travel around our state, I've held a number of roundtable discussions across South Dakota focused on the next farm bill to receive direct input from our state's agricultural producers. And most of my priorities for the Farm Bill come directly from the conversations that I've had. Mr. President, one thing I consistently hear from farmers and ranchers is the importance of the farm safety net. Crop insurance, commodity and livestock programs play a critical role in helping producers manage risk in their operations. Crop insurance is the cornerstone of this safety net, and we need to strengthen it wherever possible in the next Farm Bill. And while crop insurance has historically supported row crop production, I'm pleased with the progress we've made in recent years to improve and expand insurance options for livestock producers. But commodity programs like agricultural risk coverage and price loss coverage need to be improved so that they sufficiently mitigate producers' losses. And livestock programs like the Livestock Forage Disaster Program and the Emergency Assistance for Livestock Program need to be modified to improve the assistance that they provide and make them workable for producers. So one of my top priorities for the next Farm Bill is improving commodity and livestock programs so they provide the support that farmers and ranchers need during tough times. Mr. President, as I said, while I'm glad we have extended key provisions of the 2018 Farm Bill through this growing season, we are overdue for a full, updated, multi-year Farm Bill. And Republicans on the Agriculture Committee are ready to get to drafting a bill. I'm disappointed, however, that some of my Democrat colleagues don't seem to share our sense of urgency. The Biden administration and congressional Democrats have put funding their climate and nutrition priorities ahead of helping farmers and ranchers, which has stalled what has traditionally been, Mr. President, a bipartisan Farm Bill process. With an expected $1.5 trillion price tag for the next Farm Bill, thanks in part to the Biden USDA's SNAP Thrifty Food Plan update, which is expected, by the way, to cost more than $250 billion over the next 10 years, there needs to be some give and take when it comes to meaningfully funding the farm safety net and other components of the Farm Bill. Mr. President, since the last Farm Bill passed in 2018, farmers and ranchers have faced a number of challenges. Inflation has driven up farm production expenses by $100 billion since the last Farm Bill. USDA is forecasting another decrease in net farm income this year following last year's drop. And farm input costs are projected to stay near record highs this year. The Biden administration's failure to promote trade and new market access opportunities will continue to negatively impact farmers and ranchers and their bottom lines. This year, the United States is on track to post a record high agriculture trade deficit. And recent disruptions to shipping in the Middle East could have impacts on global markets that negatively affect American farms and ranches. Our focus, Mr. President, needs to be on helping farmers deal with these challenges. Simply put, we need to put more farm in the Farm Bill, and we need to get moving now. America's farmers and ranchers can't afford more unnecessary delays or partisan exercises. It's time to get the Farm Bill done and done right. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, yesterday we learned that Leader McConnell, the longest-serving party leader in Senate history, will be stepping down from his leadership role next January. There will be time later for a fuller discussion of all his contributions to our party and to this institution. But for today, I just want to express my gratitude for his service. Had he done nothing else, his successful efforts to build up the judiciary with judges who are committed to the rule of law and to the Constitution would secure his place in the history books. And I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to serve with him. Mr. President, 3 years ago around this time, the Senate was considering Democrats' so-called American Rescue Plan Act. With a $1.9 trillion price tag, this reckless spending bill was packed with liberal priorities and progressive giveaways. Before it even passed, Democrats were warned that it was too big. They were warned, even by liberal economists, that that kind of spending risked setting off an inflation crisis. But they chose to go ahead anyway. And inflation almost immediately began accelerating. And 3 years later, we're still dealing with the crisis that Democrats helped create. Mr. President, in the last 3 years, inflation reached levels not seen since the early 1980s. And while inflation may have descended from those stratospheric heights, we are still, and I say still, stuck with an inflation rate well above the Federal Reserve's target rate of 2%. And 3 years of persistent price hikes have taken a serious toll on Americans' budgets. Working families have had to scrimp and save to stretch their dollars. Many Americans have had to turn to their credit cards to cope with higher and higher costs. And families have had to cut back on saving and investing for the future. Mr. President, today it costs a typical family $1,000 more per month to maintain the standard of living it had when President Biden took office. $1,000 more per month just to tread water. And it's no wonder. Energy costs are up 31.7%. Housing costs up 19.4%. Car repairs are up 27.5%. And the list goes on. And Mr. President, where inflation has really hit many Americans is at the grocery store. Grocery prices are up 21% under President Biden. The cost of food now takes up a larger share of Americans' disposable income than it has at any point in more than 30 years. Faced with higher prices, shoppers have had to adjust. Families are opting for cheaper alternatives. They're putting items back on the shelves. And they're hunting for deals at multiple stores. Tighter budgets have become a fact of life in the Biden economy. Mr. President, as I said, many Americans have had to turn to their credit cards to cope with higher prices. And with the Federal Reserve having to keep interest rates elevated to fight inflation, paying off that debt has gotten harder. High interest rates have also put the American dream of owning your own home increasingly out of reach. The average mortgage rate has more than doubled since the President took office. Mr. President, the Biden inflation crisis has made life harder for a lot of people. It's harder to save. It's harder to get ahead. Harder to make ends meet. Yet President Biden still tries to claim that his economic policies are working, that the economy somehow is doing well. Well, Mr. President, Americans disagree. A January poll found that 63% of Americans believe economic conditions are getting worse. Another poll found that 54% of voters rate their personal economic situation as fair or poor. And 7 out of 10 voters in the same poll also said they expect that higher prices are here to stay. Mr. President, for the last 3 years, the White House has attempted to disclaim responsibility for the inflation crisis that's done so much to harm family budgets. Despite economists agreeing that the President's reckless spending led to higher inflation, the White House has taken every opportunity to pin the blame somewhere else. The latest strategy? Complaining about shrinkflation, which refers to instances where goods have gotten smaller, but the price has stayed the same. The president even released a video on Super Bowl Sunday lambasting snack companies for shrinking their packaging and ripping off consumers. It's a tactic that fits well with the president's previous attempts to blame price gouging for higher prices. But these arguments are political spin and not serious explanations. Jason Furman, an economist who served in the Obama administration, previously described the focus on price gouging as a distraction from the real causes and solutions of inflation, to quote one article where he was quoted. And the New York Times referred to the president's focus on shrinkflation as, I quote, a blame-shifting message, end quote. Well, Mr. President, I expect we'll get more blame shifting from President Biden in the State of the Union address next week, as well as more of the same reckless spending proposals that helped create the crisis in the first place. Meanwhile, the American people will continue to suffer. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Stem the crisis that we're facing. Because we are facing a crisis, Mr. President. The number of migrant encounters at our southern border in January was the highest January number in more than 20 years. That, of course, followed a record-breaking and staggering, I would add, 301,983 encounters in the month of December. Not only the highest December on record, but the highest total for any month ever. And there's no end in sight. The first 4 days of March saw 7,000 plus migrant encounters each day, putting us on track for yet another month of 200,000 plus migrant encounters at the southern border. And of course, none of these numbers include gotaways, and those are individuals that the Border Patrol saw but was unable to apprehend. There have been approximately 1.8 million known gotaways since President Biden took office, and an untold number of unknown gotaways over the same period. Now, Mr. President, this is a crisis on many levels. It is a logistical and enforcement crisis, it's a humanitarian crisis, and it's a national security crisis. Our nation is simply not secure as long as we have hundreds of thousands of unknown individuals taking up residence in our country. In fact, U.S. Border Patrol Chief Jason Owens, speaking about the number of gotaways at the border, told Fox News, and I quote, "Those are the numbers that really keep us up at night. Because if you know that all you need to do is turn yourself in to the Border Patrol and go through the process, what possible reason would you have for wanting to evade capture? Could it be that those are the folks that probably have criminal intent?" End quote. Chief Owens was referring to the fact that under the Biden administration's lax asylum system, individuals who show up at the border claiming asylum are frequently released into the country with court dates as much as a decade into the future. And his point, of course, is that when turning yourself into the Border Patrol with a claim for asylum is likely to result in years of essentially legal permanent residence, it's especially concerning that we have hundreds of thousands of individuals choosing not to turn themselves in to the Border Patrol, but escaping into the interior of the country. And given that, it stands to reason that many of these gotaways have more malign intentions. Mr. President, while there are always various factors that affect the flow of illegal immigration, we are on track for a fourth record-breaking year of illegal immigration under the Biden administration because of the actions President Biden has taken or failed to take. From the day he took office, when he rescinded the declaration of a national emergency at our southern border, President Biden made it clear that border security was at the bottom of his priority list. And over the 3 years since, he's turned our southern border into a magnet for illegal migration, from repealing border policies of his predecessor to misusing our asylum and parole systems, which are now providing temporary amnesty to hundreds of thousands of individuals who are here illegally. Recent news reports suggest that President Biden is thinking of taking new, more substantial immigration action aimed at helping to finally stem the flow of illegal migration. Well, Mr. President, I hope that's true. Although, given his record, I'm not holding my breath. The President helped create this crisis, and he should end it. For example, tightening the asylum claims, as President Trump did, could help weed out many of the specious claims that are being made and that allow individuals to take up long-term residence in our country. With 75% of respondents in a recent poll describing the situation at our southern border as, I quote, a very serious problem, or, quote, a crisis, end quote, perhaps election year politics will do what 3 years of a record-breaking immigration has not done, and that is force the President to take his responsibility for our nation's security seriously and finally shut down the flow of illegal immigration at our southern border. But as I said, given the President's record, I'm not holding my breath. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest its absence of a quorum. President, tonight President Biden will come to Congress to deliver his State of the Union address. It's a natural time to look at a president's legacy. And if one thing is certain, it's that the Biden presidency hasn't done much for the state of our union. Yesterday, I came down to the floor to talk about the national security crisis we're facing at our southern border. It's a crisis we've been facing almost since the day the President took office. The President marked his inauguration by taking measures that weakened our nation's border security, including halting construction of the border wall, rescinding the declaration of a national emergency at our southern border, and pausing deportations except under certain conditions. The effect was to declare to the world that the United States borders were effectively open. And the number of migrant encounters at our southern border ticked up accordingly. And the surge has never stopped. President Biden has presided over 3 record-breaking years of illegal immigration at our southern border. And if we continue on our current track, he'll likely be presiding over a 4th. The first 4 months of fiscal year 2024 saw nearly 1 million migrant encounters at our southern border. 1 million in just 4 months. These kinds of numbers not only represent a logistical and humanitarian crisis, they represent, Mr. President, a gaping hole in our national security. There is no question that the kind of numbers we're seeing smooth the way for dangerous individuals to enter our country. Last year, 169 individuals on the terrorist watch list were apprehended attempting to cross our southern border. And we're on track to exceed that number this year. And those numbers only reflect individuals who were actually apprehended. With around 1.8 million known gotaways since President Biden took office, and an untold number of unknown gotaways, I think we can safely assume that there are plenty of dangerous people making their way into our country without being stopped. And Mr. President, President Biden's border crisis is not the only way in which he's jeopardized our national security. His disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan weakened our standing with our allies, and his failure to prioritize ensuring our military is equipped to meet and defeat current and future threats sends a dangerous signal to bad actors around the world. Then, of course, there's the fact that the President is setting us up for a future energy crisis that will jeopardize our nation's security by jeopardizing our energy security, not to mention jeopardizing Americans' pocketbooks. The President's hostility to conventional energy production and his determination to push us into a Green New Deal regime that our current energy system simply cannot cope with is setting us up for long-term instability in our nation's energy supply. That threatens our national security, which depends on stable access to energy. And it threatens Americans' financial security, as an unstable supply will almost unquestionably result in higher prices. The steep rise in energy prices so far under the Biden administration could look small compared to the energy prices Americans could see under the Green New Deal regime President Biden envisions for the future. And speaking of higher prices, Mr. President, perhaps the defining feature of the Biden administration is the inflation crisis the President helped create when he signed the so-called American Rescue Plan Act and flooded the economy with unnecessary government spending. 3 years in, inflation is still well above the Federal Reserve's target rate, and Americans continue to suffer. Today, it costs a typical family $1,000 more per month to maintain the standard of living it had when President Biden took office. $1,000 more per month just to tread water. Grocery prices are up 21% under President Biden. And the cost of food now takes up a larger share of Americans' disposable income than it has at any point in more than 30 years. And then there's the 31% in energy costs, as I alluded to earlier. The 10% increase in housing costs. The 27% increase in the cost of car repairs. And the list goes on. The President likes to talk about giving American families breathing room. Well, Mr. President, President Biden has eliminated the breathing room for a lot of American families. And along with higher prices, much higher prices on everything from groceries to gas, Americans are also dealing with the high interest rates the Federal Reserve has had to impose to deal with President Biden's inflation crisis. Those interest rates have helped drive up mortgage rates and credit card rates, compounding economic hardship for a lot of Americans. And it's no wonder that in a recent poll, just 1 in 3 voters said the economy was on the right track. Of that, 57% of respondents in another recent poll rated that the economy is fairly bad or very bad. Or 66% of respondents in that same poll who said that things in America are going somewhat or very badly. Mr. President, an inflation crisis, a national security crisis at our southern border, a potential energy crisis. It is no wonder that Americans aren't feeling very optimistic about the state of our nation. And it would be nice if the President spoke to their concerns tonight. But I expect that his speech tonight will involve more blame shifting than solutions to the crises that he has helped create, along with, of course, a host of election year handouts designed to attract voters. If Americans are looking for relief, they're not going to find it from President Biden in his speech tonight to the Union. Mr. President, I yield the floor. President Biden came to Congress on Thursday night to deliver the State of the Union address. And unfortunately, it was exactly what you might expect from the President. The same old tired tax and spend proposals, a far left agenda, and a complete failure to address some of the biggest challenges facing the country. Mr. President, let's step back in time for a minute to the beginning of the President's administration. 3 years ago this month, the President signed into law a massive and partisan $1.9 trillion spending bill under the guise of COVID relief, despite the fact that Congress had just passed a fifth bipartisan COVID bill that met essentially all current pressing COVID needs. Economists, including some left-leaning economists, warned at the time that the bill ran the risk of setting off inflation. But Democrats and the President proceeded anyway. And every American knows what resulted: an inflation crisis that saw inflation reach the highest level in more than 40 years. An inflation crisis that 3 years later still isn't over. But if you thought 3 years of inflation had taught President Biden to be wary of excessive government spending, you'd be wrong. The President's State of the Union address was bursting with ideas for new spending and new taxes to go along with them. And yet the President had the audacity to claim that he, quote, is delivering real results in fiscally responsible ways, end quote. Well, Mr. President, when you've passed an unnecessary $1.9 trillion spending bill that plunged the country into an inflation crisis from which it has not still emerged, I would think you might be cautious about asserting any claims to fiscal responsibility. But the President isn't overly troubled by the facts in these matters. He went on to assert that he's cut the federal deficit by more than $1 trillion, a deceptive claim that he has repeated so often that it earned him a bottomless Pinocchio from the Washington Post's fact-checker column. The CNN put it in its State of the Union fact check, and I quote, "Biden's actions have clearly added to deficits," end quote. Well, Mr. President, the President's address featured lots of new spending ideas and proposals for new taxes. What it didn't feature was solutions to the challenges that are actually facing the American people. The President didn't get around to discussing the border and inflation, two of the biggest issues on the minds of Americans, until around halfway through his speech. And even then, it was not to offer solutions, it was to dodge responsibility for these crises, despite the fact that the crisis at our southern border is a direct result of President Biden's policies. The President spent his entire discussion of the border suggesting that it is Congress's responsibility to act. Mr. President, President Biden created this border crisis, and he has the power to end it, and he could start today. For example, the President could crack down on abuse of the asylum system by tightening the standard for asylum claims, which could help weed out many of the specious claims that are being made that allow individuals to get years of essentially legal permanent residence. But I don't think the President is really interested in securing the border. He is, however, interested in preventing his border crisis from hindering his reelection. And so he's taking steps to put the blame anywhere but on himself. And as for inflation, well, the President has tried a variety of tactics for messaging on inflation, from minimizing the crisis to blaming it on others. And in the State of the Union, he trotted out his latest blame-deflecting strategy, complaining about so-called shrinkflation. Mr. President, I hate to tell the President this, but a 10% shrinkage in the size of a Snickers bar is not the reason why Americans are paying $1,000 more a month these days to maintain the same standard of living they had when the President took office. Shrinkflation is not an explanation for the inflation crisis the President helped create. It's just one more attempt by the President to shift the blame. Now, Mr. President, there are a lot of other things I could say about the President's speech. I could talk about the President once again touting his Green New Deal policies, including his plan to install 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations, even as our electric grid heads for disaster. Or I could talk about how disappointed I was that the President chose to resurrect the ugly moments early in his presidency when he and his Democrat colleagues attempted to manufacture a non-existent voter suppression crisis in order to justify legislation to give Democrats a permanent advantage in elections. And of course, I thought it was deeply sad that the President's definition of freedom seems to be mostly centered around abortion. The way the President made it sound in his speech, the core American freedom these days is the right to kill unborn Americans. Well, there's a lot more to say, Mr. President, but I'll stop here. Suffice it to say that if Americans were looking for solutions to the challenges facing our country, they did not hear them in the State of the Union. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum. Mr. President, President Biden released his budget on Monday, and predictably, it was filled with the same old tired tax and spending proposals. So much spending and so many taxes. All told, the President's budget raises taxes by a staggering $5 trillion. You heard that right. $5 trillion. His corporate tax hike and capital gains tax proposals would both raise rates higher than those in communist China. Many small businesses would see a hefty tax hike under the President's proposal, and most Americans would see an income tax hike, as his budget would allow current income tax rates to expire after 2025. So much for the President's commitment to not raising taxes for anyone making under $400,000 a year. Mr. President, something President Biden and Democrats never seem to understand is that raising taxes has consequences. The corporate tax hike that President Biden would like you to believe will be borne by CEOs and CFOs. In fact, that tax hike would hit working Americans hard. Studies have shown that workers bear a huge percentage of the burden of corporate income taxes. And impacts aren't just limited to workers employed by corporations. Corporate tax hikes can hit all Americans in the form of higher prices for goods and services. Or take President Biden's proposed tax hike on gas and oil, which would be on top of the energy tax hikes he's already imposed. Taxing energy can drive up the cost of Americans' energy bills and make it more expensive every time Americans have to fill up their cars. Not exactly a desirable outcome when Americans have already seen huge increases in energy prices under President Biden. And Mr. President, as I said, all of those tax hikes are accompanied by a lot of new spending proposals as President Biden continues his mission to increase the size and the intrusiveness of the federal government. His budget includes massive new spending programs and big increases for government departments and agencies like the IRS. Yet even as the President uses budget gimmicks and accounting tricks to blow through the non-defense spending cap for 2025, he makes no attempt to use any of his budget sleight of hand to address the serious readiness problems facing our military. The President spent ample time in his State of the Union address talking about the dangerous world in which we live. And he's right. Yet his budget makes little attempt to ensure that our military is equipped to meet the dangerous world. Mr. President, we have military services well below their recruitment targets. We are behind on shipbuilding and ship maintenance. There's a persistent pilot shortage, and in a number of cases, we have too few mission-capable aircraft. And we're not doing an adequate job of maintaining the kind of supply we need of munitions. Yet President Biden is happy to blow through the non-defense spending cap, but can't find an extra dollar in his budget for our military. This President says a lot about the President's priorities. It's also worth noting that the President's budget makes absolutely no attempt to ensure that Social Security is protected for current and future retirees. With Social Security on track to run out of money to pay full benefits in 2033, you would think that the President would be focused on safeguarding this program rather than creating new government programs that have to be funded. But clearly, you'd be wrong. Mr. President, this year, the interest on our national debt is projected to cost more than any government expenditure except Social Security. Let me just repeat that. This year, the interest on our national debt is projected to cost more than any government expenditure except Social Security. That's just the interest on our debt. When the interest alone on your national debt is the second highest line item in your budget, you know you are on an unsustainable fiscal path. And it is the height of fiscal irresponsibility for the President to be proposing massive new government programs where we're going into debt just to afford the ones we already have. Mr. President, I could go on. We talk about the President's request for $8 billion to hire an additional 50,000 Americans for his climate corps, like so-called climate resilience workers. Or I could talk about the President's attempt to force American taxpayers to pay for abortions. Or the eye-wateringly large funding increase the President wants for the IRS. But I'll stop here. And I hope my colleagues will agree that for the sake of the American people, the President's budget should be dead on arrival here in the Congress. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President, we've heard some concerning statements on Israel in recent days from leading Democrats. Last Thursday, the Democrat leader came to the floor to deliver a speech in which he took the extraordinary step of calling for regime change in Israel. That's right. The Democrat leader of the United States Senate, who has in the past fiercely decried the prospect of foreign interference in U.S. elections, decided to insert himself into the internal electoral politics of a sovereign nation and a close U.S. ally. It was an incredibly inappropriate moment. And as I said, it wasn't the only troubling statement lately from a Democrat leader. The President has also recently inserted himself into Israeli decision-making by criticizing Israel's war plan and saying it would be a, quote, red line for Israel to go after Hamas strongholds in Rafah on the southern border of Gaza, in effect telling Israel that Hamas should be allowed to continue to hold this region. Now, Mr. President, both the President and the Democrat leader are entitled to their personal strategic opinion and their personal opinions on Israel's leadership. What they are not entitled to is to attempt to dictate the election process or the strategic planning of a sovereign nation. There would be justifiable outrage if one of our allies attempted to dictate to our country when we should hold elections and whom we should choose to lead us. And it is equally offensive for U.S. leaders to attempt to dictate war planning or election outcomes to one of our allies. Mr. President, I also have to wonder where the similar statements are on, for example, Iran. Iran has been fomenting terror across the Middle East for decades. Hezbollah, the Houthis, Shia militias in Iraq and Syria, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and of course, Hamas. Hamas gets approximately 90% of its military budget from Iran. And there's reason to wonder whether Hamas would even have had the capability to carry out its October 7th attack without its history of support from Iran. There's certainly reason to wonder what the Middle East would look like today if Iran hadn't spent decades funding and arming terrorist organizations. And yet, Mr. President, in his entire State of the Union address, the President mentioned Iran only once. And the same goes for last week's speech from the Democrat leader. Where are the red lines for Iran? The calls for regime change. For that matter, where are the red lines for Hamas? Because let's remember, that's how we ended up here. Israel didn't attack Hamas. Hamas attacked Israel. President Biden himself has noted that October 7th's brutal attack against Israeli civilians was the deadliest day for the Jewish people literally since the Holocaust. More than 1,100 individuals were killed and more than 240 hostages were taken. And 130 of those hostages still remain in Gaza, including 5 American citizens. This was not a war of Israel's making. The current war is the responsibility of Hamas. And Hamas has pulled its own citizens into the war zone, because that's what they do. It has woven its terrorist infrastructure all through Gaza so that its fighters can easily slip into and outright hide behind the civilian population. And the Israeli military has continued to discover Hamas tunnels networked beneath schools, hospitals, and the United Nations headquarters in Gaza, UNRWA. Lives of its own citizens seem to mean as little to Hamas as do the lives of Israelis. Mr. President, the world has seen the evil of Hamas and its indifference to life. And that is precisely why Israel must succeed in removing the threat of Hamas from its borders. When Democrats do things like set red lines around an offensive operation into Rafah, they are supporting the conditions that will perpetuate this terror. No other nation would accept this threat just miles over its border. And we must not ask our long-standing ally Israel to make such a dangerous exception. And I hope and pray that Israel will succeed in permanently disabling Hamas and paving the way to a more peaceful future for Israelis and for Palestinians. Mr. President, in an age in which the Democratic Party is increasingly surrendering to its most extreme left wing, perhaps the President and the Democrat leader's comments should not have been unexpected. But expected or not, they were inappropriate and troubling. There's an old adage that when you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. And yet, Democrats are out with a letter this morning that sets forth a new laundry list of conditions for Israel to meet. Mr. President, our focus should be on supporting our ally Israel and working for a future where both Israelis and Palestinians can live free from terror like Hamas's. And that requires clear-eyed focus on the task at hand of helping our ally defeat these terrorists, bring the hostages home, and restore peace. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Tomorrow afternoon, the House of Representatives will transmit articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas to the United States Senate. And the Democrat leader? Well, by all accounts, the Democrat leader will move to sweep the articles and the border security crisis that they represent under the rug by immediately dismissing the charges. It's not particularly surprising, given Democrats' history of minimizing the crisis at our southern border, but it is disappointing nonetheless. The House of Representatives has put forward serious charges along with evidence to support those charges. And it's not too much to ask that the Senate take this matter seriously and explore these charges before dismissing them. In a courtroom, the case is not dismissed without the court taking the time to examine the facts. And the Senate, sitting as a court of impeachment, should be no different. The Senate should have a full trial and take the time to examine whether Secretary Mayorkas' actions warrant a conviction. Then the Senate should be able to vote guilty or not guilty. Mr. President, one thing is absolutely clear, and that is that Secretary Mayorkas and President Biden have presided over the worst border crisis on record. We've had 3 successive years of record-breaking illegal immigration under President Biden. Now let that just sink in for a minute. We have had 3 successive years of record-breaking illegal immigration under President Biden. Fiscal year 2021 saw a record-breaking 1,734,686 migrant encounters at our southern border. Then fiscal year 2022 broke that record. And then fiscal year 2023 broke that record. And if the current trajectory continues, it is likely that fiscal year 2024 will break the record yet again. Now, Mr. President, while there are always various factors that affect the flow of migration, there is a reason that President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have presided over 3 successive years of record-breaking illegal immigration. And that reason is the weak border security policies of the Biden administration. From the day he took office, when he rescinded the declaration of a national emergency at our southern border, President Biden made it clear that border security was at the bottom of his priority list. And over the 3 years since, he and Secretary Mayorkas have turned our southern border into a magnet for illegal migration, from repealing effective border security policies from the Trump administration to abusing our asylum and parole systems, which are now providing temporary amnesty to hundreds of thousands of individuals here illegally. Under U.S. immigration law, parole, which is the temporary release into the country of an individual for an extenuating reason, is meant to be used on a case-by-case basis only for significant public benefit, like appearing as a witness in a trial, or urgent humanitarian reasons, like a medical emergency. But under Secretary Mayorkas, the Biden administration has created a system of mass parole, with groups being approved en masse for release into the country. In fiscal year 2023, the Biden administration paroled 22 times as many individuals per month from southwest border ports of entry as did the Trump administration. Meanwhile, on the asylum front, President Biden's decision to implement a mobile app, CBP One, for filing asylum claims has helped result in hundreds of thousands of individuals taking up residence in our country, often for years, many of whom are unlikely ever to be approved for asylum. Mr. President, needless to say, the number of individuals flooding across our southern border under President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas is a logistical nightmare. The Border Patrol is stretched thin, and U.S. cities at the border and across the country are being overwhelmed by the number of migrants. But even more than that, Mr. President, this is a national security crisis. Our country cannot be secure while we have 2.5 million individuals a year pouring across our southern border. And that's not even counting the hundreds of thousands of known gotaways, individuals that the Border Patrol saw but was unable to apprehend, the number of which the chief of the Border Patrol recently noted is keeping him up at night. Mr. President, even some Democrat senators here in the Senate have acknowledged that the crisis at our southern border has to be addressed. And so I don't think it's too much to ask that we look seriously at the charges the House has brought against one of the chief architects of the Biden administration's lax border security regime. Individuals so disconnected from the reality of the situation we face that he has repeatedly, publicly asserted that the border is secure in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Unfortunately, I suspect the Democrat leader will continue his plan to sweep these charges under the rug. And while the President and Secretary Mayorkas demonstrated unwillingness to use the power of their offices to stem the flow of illegal migration, year 4 of the Biden-Mayorkas border crisis will continue. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51. The motion is not agreed to. The pending amendment is the point of order. Pending motion is the point of order raised by the majority leader.
Madam President.
The senator recognizes the Republican whip.
Madam President, I think it goes without saying that the Mayorkas Biden policies have led to the worst border crisis in American history. 7.6 million people apprehended, 1.8 million gotaways. Who knows how many unknown gotaways?
The senator is reminded that we are in a non-debatable position in the Senate.
The one thing we know is that 357 people were on the terrorist watch list apprehended coming into this country. We have a responsibility to hear these articles of impeachment.
The Senate will be in order.
And therefore, I move to table the Schumer point of order. And I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is a sufficient second. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
South Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you. Madam President, less than 2 weeks ago, Iran attacked Israel with a barrage of more than 300 missiles and drones. The attack was a notable escalation on Iran's part, since the weapons were fired not just by Iranian proxies, but also directly from Iran. And it was a reminder of two things. First and foremost, the attack was a reminder of the need for the United States and the free world to make it clear to Iran that we are not going to stand idly by while Iran attacks Israel and continues to foment terror in the Middle East. Iran's malign activities have been allowed to go on for far too long. And it's past time, not just for the United States, but for the nations in Europe, the Middle East, and elsewhere, to call a halt to Iran's activities. On a larger scale, Madam President, Iran's attack on Israel was a reminder that bad actors and hostile powers are going to fill any space that they think they can fill. And if the United States and other free countries abdicate leadership or telegraph weakness on the global stage, bad actors are going to be happy to step in to fill the vacuum. I would not be surprised if the Biden administration's all too frequent posture of appeasement toward Iran and the lack of clarity the administration has telegraphed about U.S. support for Israel has emboldened Iran to reach further and engage in the kind of escalation that we saw this month. Madam President, bad actors around the world are flexing their power right now. Iran in the Middle East, Russia in Europe, China in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. And these powers are forging alliances with each other to advance their activities. Iran has provided Russia with weapons to use in its war on Ukraine and is working with Russia to produce drones at a Russian facility. Meanwhile, Russia has committed to supplying Iran with fighter jets and air defense technology, assets which, as a recent Washington Post article noted, and I quote, could help Tehran harden its defenses against any future airstrike by Israel or the United States, end quote. And when it comes to China, the Secretary of State recently reported, and I quote, we see China sharing machine tools, semiconductors, other dual-use items that have helped Russia rebuild the defense industrial base that sanctions and export controls had done so much to degrade, end quote. Madam President, in the face of increased aggression from these powers, the United States' response needs to be one of strength. And that includes not just having a strong military and a strong economy, but engaging on the global stage. As I said, bad actors will fill any space they think they can fill. And when the United States and other free countries abdicate leadership on the global stage, bad actors will step in to fill the vacuum. The foreign aid contained in this bill is an important part of telegraphing America's refusal to cede the global stage to hostile powers. It will help demonstrate to Iran our support for Israel and help our ally rid itself of the threat of Hamas on its border. It will help make it clear to Russia that the United States is not going to give Russia free rein in Eastern Europe. It will help make a credible investment in our own industrial base and replenish interceptors that we've used in the Red Sea. And it will let China know that while Taiwan may be small, its backing is not. And Madam President, sending these messages is important. It is in our nation's interest to ensure that a newly victorious and emboldened Putin isn't sitting on the doorstep of 4 NATO states whom we are bound by treaty to protect. It is in our nation's interest to ensure that a China inspired by a Russian victory in Ukraine doesn't decide that it's time to invade Taiwan. And it's in our nation's interest to ensure that Israel is equipped to defend itself from Iran and its terrorist proxies. Madam President, I'm pleased that in addition to the funding for Israel, Taiwan, and Ukraine we've considered before, the bill before us today includes some new measures. Notable among them is legislation to ban TikTok if the company is not purchased by an entity unaffiliated with the Chinese Communist Party. Currently, the Chinese Communist Party is able to gain unlimited access to the account information of TikTok users, if it so chooses. And the news that emerged last week that the Chinese embassy has actually lobbied congressional staff against legislation to force the sale of TikTok was a stunning confirmation of the value the Chinese government places on its ability to access Americans' information and shape their TikTok experience. And so I'm very pleased that the bill before us today would ban TikTok if it is not sold to a company without ties to the Chinese Communist Party. I'm also pleased that this legislation includes the Rebuilding Economic Prosperity and Opportunity for Ukrainians Act, or the REPO Act, which would direct frozen Russian assets to rebuilding efforts in Ukraine. Russia has caused a horrifying amount of destruction in Ukraine, and it is right that Russian assets should go toward its rebuilding. This bill also contains additional accountability measures for our support for Ukraine, including a provision that would turn some of the funding into loans to be repaid by Ukraine when it is back on its feet. Madam President, does this bill cover everything we should be doing on the national security front, either at home or abroad? No, it doesn't. But it will provide essential support to our allies. It will not only help them preserve their freedom, but will advance U.S. interests around the globe. And so I look forward to the Senate's passing this legislation this week and sending a clear message about American resolve and about American strength. Madam President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President, amid explosive demand, America is running out of power. That was the title of a Washington Post article this March highlighting some of the challenges facing our nation's electric grid. And I go on to quote, "Vast swaths of the United States are at risk of running short of power as electricity-hungry data centers and clean technology factories proliferate around the country, leaving utilities and regulators grasping for credible plans to expand the nation's creaking power grid," end quote. Mr. President, the state of our nation's electric grid is becoming a matter for serious concern. Our grid's been weakened by increased demand and the move away from conventional energy sources, and we are rapidly approaching a situation in which there will not be sufficient electricity to keep up with demand. And it is against this backdrop, Mr. President, against the backdrop of an aging, weakened grid struggling to meet even current needs, that the President is attempting to force the widespread adoption of electric vehicles. Last month, the same month in which the Post published its report on how America is running out of power, the Biden administration finalized emissions rules for cars and light and heavy-duty trucks that will have the practical effect of forcing car and truck companies to electrify a huge portion of their sales lots. That will place incredible new demands on our power grid, demands that our grid is unlikely to be able to sustain. And to add insult to injury, at the same time that the President is preparing to place enormous new demands on our grid, he is also implementing regulations that will weaken our grid even further. After endangering existing power plants with its so-called good neighbor rule last week the Biden administration issued new carbon capture and emissions regulations that will reduce the amount of electricity plants provide to the grid and almost unquestionably force coal-fired plants, which still, by the way, make an essential contribution to our nation's electricity supply. It'll force them to close. If not overturned, these rules are likely to result in a gaping hole in the United States electricity supply, just as the President is forcing more Americans to turn to electricity to power their cars. Not to mention the fact that they will saddle consumers and businesses with higher energy costs for less reliable energy. Mr. President, when he's not trying to weaken our electric grid or force a move to electric vehicles that our grid cannot support, the President is taking aim at conventional energy production. Less than 2 weeks ago, the administration announced that it would be banning oil and gas development across more than half of the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. Well, think about that. Of course, it's not the first time the President has moved to restrict conventional energy development, but it was notable for the scale of the restrictions and for the fact that his target was the National Petroleum Reserve. I mean, think about this. The National Petroleum Reserve was established specifically for the purpose of providing the United States with energy resources, of leveraging our abundance of natural resources to promote our security. Now more than half of that area will be closed to development. Mr. President, the President's anti-conventional energy policies have consequences. By discouraging investment and curtailing the areas available for domestic production, the President is setting us up for a future in which we could have to rely on other countries for a significant part of our energy supply. And that's a problem, particularly when you consider the fact that that could mean relying on hostile countries. As European countries learned the hard way after Russia invaded Ukraine, relying on hostile nations for your energy supply is not a winning proposition. Plus, foreign production can be far less environmentally friendly than producing oil and gas here at home in the United States. While the President fantasizes about eliminating the use of oil and natural gas and forcing all Americans into electric vehicles, the fact of the matter is that we are a long way away from being able to rely on alternative energy production to supply our nation's energy needs. We're going to need conventional energy for quite a while yet. And the best way to get that conventional energy is by developing the United States' abundant domestic resources in an environmentally responsible way. We need an all-of-the-above energy policy that embraces the full spectrum of available resources, from alternative energy technologies to existing coal-fired and future natural gas-fired generation. Mr. President, between overloading our electric grid and discouraging future conventional energy production, the President's energy decisions and regulations are painting a bleak future for American consumers. But there are things that we can do to check the President's irresponsible policies. Thanks to the efforts of Senator Sullivan and Senator Ricketts, we will soon have a chance to vote on a Congressional Review Act measure to overturn the emissions rules that will force car and truck companies to electrify a huge portion of their sales lots and strain our electric grid even further. And I anticipate Senate Republicans will also soon challenge last week's power plant rules. And I really hope, Mr. President, that there are at least a few Democrats who will join us to overturn these regulations. Our grid simply cannot bear the burden of the President's new policies, and if Democrats care more than winning votes from environmental radicals, they will see that and vote with us to overturn these regulations. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, over the past couple of weeks, we've witnessed a wave of anti-Semitism sweep college campuses across our country. Under the guise of protest, an old hatred has made an ugly return. And not in some far corner of the world, which would be bad enough, but here in the United States in 2024. Intimidation of Jewish students, support for terrorists, calls for violence against fellow Americans. We've seen it all and more on college campuses over the past few weeks. And too often, this repugnant behavior has been abetted by the action or inaction of campus faculty and administrators. Jewish students simply walking around their campuses have heard things like, "Hamas, we love you," "Burn Tel Aviv to the ground," "From the river to the sea," "We are Hamas." Every one of those slogans has been used at protests. A CBS article from a few days ago reported, and I quote, "Near Columbia University, anti-Semitic slogans including 'Go back to Poland' were heard among the protesters' chants. In one video, a demonstrator can be seen holding a sign near Jewish students that reads, Al-Qassam's next targets." Al-Qassam, of course, is the military wing of Hamas. Mr. President, go back to Poland? Al-Qassam's next targets? Anyone hearing this could be forgiven for thinking that we're in the 1930s Germany instead of the United States of America, where I had hoped anti-Semitism was a thing of the past. But apparently it is the thing of the present. And I have to wonder how we as a society have failed our young people when they are incapable of opposing Israel's policies without attacking the Jewish people. When they think that any means are justified in pursuit of their goal, including the deliberate targeting and slaughtering of the innocent. How have we gotten to a point where apparently substantial numbers of young people are identifying with terrorists, with an organization that mere months ago conducted a deadly rampage that left hundreds of Israeli civilians, including children, dead, and saw more than 200 individuals, including children, taken into captivity? How have we gotten to a point where we have Jewish students afraid to walk across their own campuses and in some instances being prevented from entering campus buildings? Because, Mr. President, that is where we are. Jewish students on too many campuses right now are living in fear as intimidation and harassment of Jewish students becomes increasingly commonplace. One Jewish student at the University of Washington, which has also seen a protest encampment, had this to say, and I quote, "When the protest starts up, I do feel my heart pounding, and I'm very anxious to be here." This is Olivia Feldman, a senior at University of Washington and co-president of Students Supporting Israel. She goes on to say, "No, I do not feel safe on campus. I've been called names. I've been spit at." Feldman is a great granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. She goes on to say, "It is a very visceral feeling in me when someone tells me to go back to the gas chambers," she said. Another Jewish student, this one at Columbia University, said in February, and I quote, "We have been attacked by sticks outside our library. We've been attacked by angry mobs, and we have been threatened to keep effing running," end quote. Mr. President, this is sickening. And the fact that this kind of behavior has become widespread on some of these college campuses should be prompting some serious soul searching as to how we have let things get to this point, and an immediate reckoning for students engaged in harassment, assault, or other unlawful behavior. In addition to action from universities and local law enforcement, the Biden Department of Education and federal law enforcement should immediately step in to investigate and prosecute federal offenses. Protest is one thing. Colleges should be forums for debate and discussion, and every American has a right to free speech. But we are a long way beyond mere lawful protests. We are talking about the harassment of and assaults on Jewish students. And it is time for immediate action, including law enforcement action where warranted, to protect these students and ensure that they can attend school in safety. Mr. President, it is hard to believe that here in the United States I'm having to say something about ensuring Jewish students can attend school in safety. And I hope that in addition to swift action from school administrations and from law enforcement, we spend some time thinking about what has gone wrong. What has gone wrong with education in this country? That we are facing a situation where Jewish students are scared to go to class because of the actions of their fellow students. Something has gone seriously wrong. When we have students at some of our top schools embracing the actions of and identifying with terrorists, that should be an unthinkable position. And I hope it will become again. And finally, Mr. President, where is President Biden? The President's barely managed to summon up a word on this most recent wave of anti-Semitism. I understand that he was preparing for the White House Correspondents' Dinner, but perhaps he could have taken a moment away from practicing his jokes to address the fact that there are Jewish students right now in the United States of America who are afraid to walk across their campuses. I'm also waiting to hear the Attorney General and the Secretary of Education's response to a letter I sent with a number of my Republican colleagues regarding the administration's plans for enforcing federal law in relation to the anti-Semitism and protests on our college campuses. No, I do not feel safe on campus. I've been called names. I've been spit at. It is a very visceral feeling in me when someone tells me to go back to the gas chambers. Something, I repeat, that Olivia Feldman, a student, has said. Mr. President, it is time to take action, to close this disgraceful chapter and to ensure that there are no more stories like Olivia Feldman's. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, regulations have been coming thick and fast from the Biden administration lately as the administration races to squeeze in regulations before the deadline after which they could be overturned by a new Congress. In fact, a recent spate of regulations brought the total regulatory costs imposed by the Biden administration in 2024 to over $1 trillion. $1 trillion. In just 1 year, all told, the Biden administration has imposed a staggering $1.47 trillion in regulatory costs since the president took office. $1.47 trillion. Now compare that to President Trump, who had actually reduced regulatory costs by this point in his administration. But, Mr. President, perhaps I'm not being fair. Perhaps it's not surprising that a Republican president didn't impose a staggering regulatory burden. Let's compare President Biden to his Democrat predecessor, President Obama. By this point in his first term, President Obama had imposed regulations costing $303.5 billion. Certainly, of course, more than President Trump. But I'm afraid to say, still a long way away from President Biden. The total cost of President Obama's regulations at this point in his first term doesn't come anywhere close to President Biden's total. In fact, the total cost of President Obama's regulations to this point was roughly 20% of the cost of President Biden's. 20%. The Biden administration has imposed regulations costing almost 5 times as much as President Obama's. President Biden is bringing new meaning to the phrase, the heavy hand of government. Mr. President, what do we mean when we refer to regulatory costs? What do those look like in practice? Well, Mr. President, they can look like forcing electric generation facilities to spend millions of dollars to install costly carbon capture systems, as the Biden administration is doing with its new power plant rule. They can look like an additional $7,000 in construction costs for new homes. See President Biden's energy efficiency requirements for affordable housing. They can look like imposing new vehicle emission standards, effectively forcing car companies to spend enormous amounts of money to rejigger their supply chains and factories to produce a lot of new electric cars, even though Americans are not exactly clamoring for electric vehicles. They can look like forcing farmers and ranchers and other private landowners to spend tens of thousands of dollars for permits or penalties concerning water features on their private land. And for that, I would have you see the Biden administration's Waters of the United States, or what we call the WOTUS rule. I could go on. And Mr. President, all of these regulatory costs have consequences. It just stands to reason. If your family is facing a major unexpected medical bill, for example, there's a good chance you're going to have to account for it somehow, either by cutting back spending, dipping into savings, or picking up extra hours at work, or perhaps a second job to increase your income. Similarly, if you're a South Dakota nursing home facing a federal requirement to hire additional staff, and for that I would have you see the Biden administration's new nursing home staffing regulation, you're likely going to have to do something like reduce the number of patients that you care for or close your doors altogether, which is becoming already way too common in my state of South Dakota. Or if you're a small business facing the new overtime rule the Biden administration recently put in place, which imposes a massive 65% increase in the overtime exemption threshold, you may be faced with the unappealing prospect of either increasing prices on the goods or services that you provide, reducing the number of positions you have available, or lowering the base pay you offer to create room to be able to pay overtime wages. Or take President Biden's power plant regulations. His so-called good neighbor rule and his new carbon capture and emissions regulations will not only drive up energy prices for American families and businesses, they're also likely to result in a less reliable energy supply. Our current assumption that we will automatically have the energy we need to power our businesses, operate our heating and air conditioning systems, run our appliances, and light our homes may not survive long-term imposition of President Biden's power plant rules. And then there are still other costs. American taxpayers are now being forced to pay for abortion services at the VA in defiance of federal law, thanks to a Biden administration regulation. And this is far from the only attempt by the Biden administration to impose its far-left social agenda through federal regulation and endanger conscience rights in the process. Mr. President, we are facing serious consequences from the Biden regulatory regime, from threats to conscience rights to questions about the future stability of our energy supply to immense financial costs for families and businesses. $1.47 trillion in regulatory costs in less than 4 years. I shudder to think what that number will look like should we see another 4. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum. Mr. President, this week is Police Week, a week to honor our nation's law enforcement officers. These men and women have had a challenging few years. Unsurprisingly, calls to defund the police and attacks on the vital work that they do left a lot of officers discouraged and demoralized, even as they were asked to shoulder the same burdens with less support. Fortunately, Mr. President, I think time has started to provide a corrective. As we've watched crime take a toll on American cities, I think governments and individuals are more and more remembering just how much we need the men and women who bring order and safety to America's streets. And I hope and pray that we are coming to this week with a greater appreciation for the essential work that these men and women perform. I said essential, Mr. President, and they are. But let's remember something else as well. Police officers aren't just necessary, they're noble. They sign up for a heroic line of work, for a job that asks them to get up in the morning and go out and put themselves in danger to keep the rest of us out of it. And that asks them to do that day after day, week after week, month after month, and year after year. And they do it willingly, gladly. And when they're not doing the big things, Mr. President, the hard, heroic work of confronting dangerous situations and individuals, you can frequently find police officers doing the little things as well. Speaking to a school class, helping out a stranded motorist, buying shoes for a child in need. Police officers don't just defend our communities, they play a vital role in building them up. Mr. President, I'm particularly grateful for our law enforcement officers in South Dakota who work so hard in communities across our state. They've shared challenges faced by other police departments across the country over the past few years, including dealing with deadly drugs like fentanyl coming over the border and making their way around the United States. And they face some specific South Dakota challenges. I'm also deeply grateful for the Capitol Police here in Washington, D.C., who spend their days ensuring members of Congress, our staffs, and the many visitors to the U.S. Capitol building can go about their days in safety. And Mr. President, I am grateful to their families. Having a husband or wife, a dad or a mom, who is a police officer is not always an easy thing. Knowing that your parent or spouse may not come home from work one day is a difficult burden to carry. And in this Police Week, as we contemplate the service and sacrifice of our nation's police officers, it is important to remember the service and sacrifice of their families as well. Mr. President, before I close, I want to mention the heroic service of Moody County Chief Deputy Ken Prorock of South Dakota, who was killed in the line of duty in February of this year. And I just want to read a couple of lines from the Officer Down memorial page on Chief Deputy Prorock's actions. I quote, "Chief Deputy Sheriff Ken Prorock was struck and killed by the driver of a vehicle being pursued by the Madison Police Department at 4:12 p.m. Chief Deputy Prorock responded to the call for assistance and was deploying spike strips at South Dakota Highway 34 and 472nd Avenue in Coleman. The driver intentionally swerved toward Chief Deputy Prorock, killing him," end quote. And Mr. President, the line that stands out for me the most in that memorial is this: Chief Deputy Prorock responded to the call for assistance. He heard a call for help, and he went to answer it, knowing full well that he could be placing himself in danger, up to and including the loss of his life. But he went anyway. That, Mr. President, is the heroism of Chief Deputy Prorock, and it is the heroism of all the men and women across our country who serve in our nation's police forces and who, when they hear a call for help, go out to answer it. Mr. President, may God richly bless all the men and women who serve our nation as police officers, and may He protect them as they stand on guard for us. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum. Mr. President, this week is Police Week, a week to honor our nation's law enforcement officers. These men and women have had a challenging few years. Unsurprisingly, calls to defund the police and attacks on the vital work that they do left a lot of officers discouraged and demoralized, even as they were asked to shoulder the same burdens with less support. Fortunately, Mr. President, I think time has started to provide a corrective. As we've watched crime take a toll on American cities, I think governments and individuals are more and more remembering just how much we need the men and women who bring order and safety to America's streets. And I hope and pray that we are coming to this week with a greater appreciation for the essential work that these men and women perform. I said essential, Mr. President, and they are. But let's remember something else as well. Police officers aren't just necessary, they're noble. They sign up for a heroic line of work, for a job that asks them to get up in the morning and go out and put themselves in danger to keep the rest of us out of it. And that asks them to do that day after day, week after week, month after month, and year after year. And they do it willingly, gladly. And when they're not doing the big things, Mr. President, the hard, heroic work of confronting dangerous situations and individuals, you can frequently find police officers doing the little things as well. Speaking to a school class, helping out a stranded motorist, buying shoes for a child in need. Police officers don't just defend our communities, they play a vital role in building them up. Mr. President, I'm particularly grateful for our law enforcement officers in South Dakota who work so hard in communities across our state. They've shared challenges faced by other police departments across the country over the past few years, including dealing with deadly drugs like fentanyl coming over the border and making their way around the United States. And they face some specific South Dakota challenges. I'm also deeply grateful for the Capitol Police here in Washington, D.C., who spend their days ensuring members of Congress, our staffs, and the many visitors to the U.S. Capitol building can go about their days in safety. And Mr. President, I am grateful to their families. Having a husband or wife, a dad or a mom, who is a police officer is not always an easy thing. Knowing that your parent or spouse may not come home from work one day is a difficult burden to carry. And in this police week, as we contemplate the service and sacrifice of our nation's police officers, it is important to remember the service and sacrifice of their families as well. Mr. President, before I close, I want to mention the heroic service of Moody County Chief Deputy Ken Prorock of South Dakota, who was killed in the line of duty in February of this year. And I just want to read a couple of lines from the Officer Down Memorial page on Chief Deputy Prorock's actions. I quote, "Chief Deputy Sheriff Ken Prorock was struck and killed by the driver of a vehicle being pursued by the Madison Police Department at 4:12 p.m. Chief Deputy Prorock responded to the call for assistance and was deploying spike strips at South Dakota Highway 34 and 472nd Avenue in Coleman. The driver intentionally swerved toward Chief Deputy Prorock, killing him," end quote. And Mr. President, the line that stands out for me the most in that memorial is this: Chief Deputy Prorock responded to the call for assistance. He heard a call for help, and he went to answer it, knowing full well that he could be placing himself in danger, up to and including the loss of his life. But he went anyway. That, Mr. President, is the heroism of Chief Deputy Prorock, and it is the heroism of all the men and women across our country who serve in our nation's police forces and who, when they hear a call for help, go out to answer it. Mr. President, may God richly bless all the men and women who serve our nation as police officers, and may He protect them as they stand on guard for us. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum. Mr. President, April border numbers came out last week, bringing us up to more than 1.5 million migrant encounters at the southern border so far in fiscal year 2024. 1.5 million in just 7 months. Between official U.S. Customs and Border Protection encounters and known gotaways, which are individuals the Border Patrol saw but was unable to apprehend, we're closing in on a staggering 10 million migrant encounters at our southern border under President Biden. That's substantially more than the population of New York City. In fact, it's more than the population of all but the largest U.S. states, if you can believe that. And there are still 8 more months in the President's term. Mr. President, after 3 years of half measures, deflections, and outright ignoring the raging crisis at our nation's border, the President and Democrats appear to have finally woken up to the fact that their border crisis might be a major political liability for them in the upcoming election. In fear for their election prospects is doing what 3 years of chaos at the southern border could not, and that's get them focused on illegal immigration. Sort of. Because the vote on border legislation the Democrat leader has announced for this week isn't really about addressing illegal immigration. It's about giving the American people the impression the Democrats care about illegal immigration. If the Democrat leader were serious about addressing the crisis at our southern border, he would be bringing up legislation that actually stood a chance of making it out of both houses of Congress into the President's desk. But he's not. Instead, he's bringing up a vote that he knows will fail in the hope of giving political cover to vulnerable Democrats, and with the side benefit, he hopes, of putting Republicans in a difficult spot. Political theater at its finest. And if the Democrat leader goes through with this vote this week, he should expect some difficult conversations. Perhaps he would like to explain why, if Democrats are so concerned about illegal immigration and securing the border, they have repeatedly banded together this year to oppose common sense amendments that came to the floor. You would think that if Democrats were really worried about addressing the illegal immigration crisis, they might have supported Senator Blackburn's motion to allow state and local law enforcement to detain criminal illegal aliens for ICE to deport them. Or Senator Langford's amendment to prohibit funding from being used to release special interest aliens. Those are individuals who may pose a threat to the United States during legal proceedings. Or Senator Hagerty's amendments to prevent taxpayer dollars from being used to fly illegal immigrants in the United States, or to have them count in the census. The list goes on. Mr. President, it's hard to understand why anyone would oppose such common sense measures, and yet all Democrats did. So it's just a little hard to swallow their newfound enthusiasm for border security. Mr. President, needless to say, it's not just Democrats in Congress scrambling for political cover. The President is also desperately trying to make himself appear serious on the border. 2 weeks ago, the Department of Homeland Security proposed a rule to expedite the deportation of criminals and terrorists. But if the President thought this would make him look serious on border security, he was wrong. Because the President's new order is a reversal of his own policy, which was established earlier in his administration. That's right. The only reason the President had to finally allow for the immediate deportation of criminals and terrorists is because his administration had created a situation that allowed these individuals to stay in the country in the first place. Look, I'm glad President Biden is making a small attempt to clear up part of the mess he's made. But I'm afraid the vote for me, I'm cleaning up the historic disaster I've created, may not be the most convincing election slogan. And Mr. President, let's be very clear. We are here today with 3 successive years of record-breaking illegal immigration at our southern border because of President Biden. On the day he took office, the President began dismantling the border security policies of his predecessor that, I might add, had been working. And illegal immigration began surging in response. And Mr. President, it's never stopped. And so while I appreciate my Democrat colleagues would like to make it seem like this is a congressional matter, in order to take the President off the hook and put Republicans on it, the truth is we don't need congressional action to fix the crisis at our southern border. President Biden created this border crisis, and he can end it today using the very same authority that he used to dismantle so many border security policies when he became president. Mr. President, we have 5 more months until Election Day. And I suspect this won't be the last attempt by Democrats to try and convince people that they want to address illegal immigration. But after 3+ years of a Democrat-created border crisis, will the American people really believe that the arsonists who started the fire are really serious about putting it out? Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President, a couple of weeks ago at a White House press briefing, the President's press secretary was asked why the President isn't doing anything on the border, given the fact that he has the authority to act unilaterally. And the White House press secretary responded, and I quote, "But why should he have to do it unilaterally?" End quote. Why should he have to do it unilaterally? It was perhaps a typical response from a White House that would like to portray itself as the victim of the border crisis rather than the cause. A White House that would prefer Congress take action on the border rather than run the risk of taking action itself and annoying some Democrat voters. But it was an outrageous statement nonetheless. Why should he have to do it unilaterally? Well, for starters, because President Biden is the president and thus bears a special responsibility for our national security. And because as president, he has the authority to take a number of measures to help secure our nation's border. For a president not to do anything in the face of the kind of crisis we're dealing with is unconscionable. But most of all, Mr. President, President Biden should be taking action because he is responsible for this border crisis. Why should he have to take action unilaterally? Because he created this border crisis unilaterally. On the day he took office, the President began dismantling the border security policies of his predecessor, and illegal immigration began surging in response. And Mr. President, it's never stopped. The President has presided over not one, not two, but 3 successive years of record-breaking illegal immigration. And with more than 1.5 million illegal crossings so far this fiscal year, it is entirely possible that he could end up presiding over a 4th. And Mr. President, those record-breaking immigration numbers I mentioned don't even convey the full magnitude of the problem. In addition to the staggering 7.8 million plus illegal border encounters recorded under President Biden, we've also seen huge numbers of gotaways. And those are individuals that the Border Patrol saw but was unable to apprehend. And of course, we have no idea how many unknown gotaways there have been. And that, Mr. President, is a serious national security problem. When turning yourself into the Border Patrol with a claim for asylum is likely to result in years of essentially legal permanent residence, or, as we discovered this weekend, de facto amnesty, it is especially concerning that we have hundreds of thousands of individuals choosing not to turn themselves in and escaping into the interior of the country. Some of them may simply be in search of a better life, but it's highly likely that others may have more malign intentions. U.S. Border Patrol Chief Jason Owens, in a March interview with CBS News, said the number of known gotaways is keeping him up at night. This is his quote: "That is a national security threat. Border security is a big piece of national security. And if we don't know who is coming into our country and we don't know what their intent is, that is a threat. And they're exploiting a vulnerability that's on our border right now." End quote. That same month, FBI Director Christopher Wray told the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, and I quote again, "We are seeing a wide array of very dangerous threats that emanate from the border." End quote. Let me repeat that, Mr. President, from the FBI Director. We are seeing a wide array of very dangerous threats that emanate from the border. He also noted alarmingly, and I quote again, "There is a particular network that has, where some of the overseas facilitators of the smuggling network, I should say, have ISIS ties that we're very concerned about." There is a particular network that has, where some of the overseas facilitators of the smuggling network have ISIS ties that we're very concerned about. Mr. President, as I said, it would be unconscionable for any president to stand by and watch a crisis like the one we're facing at our southern border without taking action. And the fact that President Biden has allowed this national security crisis to rage for 3+ years unchecked is a betrayal of his responsibilities as president. But, Mr. President, while protecting our national security may not have motivated this president, protecting his election prospects apparently does. With polls showing immigration as a top issue, Democrats have been rushing to give the impression that they're serious about border security. And now we are hearing that President Biden may be announcing measures to secure the border, possibly as soon as today. And while I'll believe it when I see it, especially given this weekend's report that the Biden administration has been offering mass amnesty to hundreds of thousands of individuals whose asylum cases have been closed without a decision, it does sound like the president will be announcing something. And I hope it will involve some real reforms. But it is disturbing, Mr. President, that it's taking the fear of losing an election to motivate the president to take action on a national security crisis that has raged for more than 3 years. And it raises serious questions about how long the president's interest in border security will last. If he wins another term, will he still care about the border? Or does it take an election to keep him motivated about his national security responsibilities? At any rate, if concern for our national security won't do it, let's hope that his fear of defeat in November will indeed motivate the president to actually get the situation at our southern border under control. Given his record so far, though, I'm not holding my breath. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum. Well, Mr. President, it's about time for Democrats' weekly exercise in election year politics. Later today, we will take up another bill intended to provide a talking point for Democrat candidates, and the Democrat leader hopes put Republicans in a tight spot. But if he thinks to see Republicans quaking in their boots over being asked to take these votes, he should think again. Because, Mr. President, we welcome a chance to talk about the Democrat agenda. Take this afternoon's exercise. Under the guise of protecting access to contraception, something that is not under threat, the Democrat leader is bringing up legislation that would not only funnel money to Democrats' allies at Planned Parenthood, but would wipe out conscience protections for health care providers. The bill specifically targets the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, which was bipartisan legislation passed in 1993, back, I might add, when Democrats actually believed in protecting our First Amendment freedoms. And this is not the first time Democrats have attempted to carve out sweeping exceptions to this once widely supported legislation. Apparently, Americans are free to live out their deeply held moral and religious beliefs when they don't conflict with Democrats' policy positions. Mr. President, it's deeply disturbing that the Democrat leader has gone from sponsoring the Religious Freedom Restoration Act to attempting to decide when and how Americans can exercise one of their fundamental First Amendment rights. And if the Democrat leader thinks that Republicans are intimidated to cast a vote against legislation that would seriously imperil Americans' ability to live according to their consciences, well, as I said, he should think again. Mr. President, I suspect there are few Americans who don't recognize the Democrat leader's politicking for exactly what it is. Just as I suspect there are few Americans who bought Democrats' border legislation ploy 2 weeks ago. The Democrat leader apparently thought that he could erase Americans' memory of 3+ years of chaos at the southern border under President Biden by bringing up a vote on a border bill that he knew would not be able to pass the Senate. but I think he'll find that Americans' memories are more retentive than that. 3 years of national security crisis were not wiped out by a show vote intended to provide electoral cover for Democrats. Just as they won't be wiped out by President Biden's latest election year ploy, an executive order to implement border restrictions, the likes of which he should have implemented years ago. If anything, any improvements at the border stemming from the President's latest measure will only serve to highlight the President's failure to address this crisis earlier and the needless danger to which he has subjected Americans. Mr. President, I mentioned that the Democrat leader knew his border show vote would fail, just as he knows his Planned Parenthood subsidy and religious freedom legislation will fail this afternoon. And that, of course, points to the fundamental unseriousness of what the Democrat leader is doing. If the Democrat leader had any real interest in legislating on these issues, he would be working with Republicans to bring up legislation that actually has a chance of receiving support from both Democrats and Republicans. Senator Joni Ernst, for example, has legislation to promote access to contraception. But that's not the legislation Senator Schumer is bringing up, because these votes have nothing to do with legislating and everything to do with boosting Democrats' electoral chances, he hopes, in this fall's elections. Mr. President, I suspect the exercises in election politics will continue. Look for this to be the summer of show votes here in the United States Senate. But as I said, Republicans are ready for it. We are happy to talk about the Democrat agenda, whether that's the President's disastrous border policies or lack thereof, or Democrats' never-ending inflation crisis, or another attempt by the Democrat leader to force through legislation to legalize abortion up until the moment of birth. All the show votes in the world won't erase Democrats' record, as Democrats may discover to their cost. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum. Mr. President, with Election Day approaching in less than 5 months, Democrats are getting understandably concerned. After all, a historic 3-year-plus border crisis and a historic 3-year-plus inflation crisis are not exactly an ideal record on which to run. And so Democrats have been doing what they can here in the Senate to brighten their election prospects with a series of show votes designed to put Republicans in a difficult position, or so the Democrat leader hopes. Now, I said show votes, and I say that because all of these votes were clearly designed to fail. The Democrat leader knew that Republicans were not going to support a border bill that had previously been rejected, a contraception bill that would jeopardize the religious freedom of health care providers, or an IVF bill that would allow for human cloning and genetic engineering of human embryos. These were not serious attempts by the Democrat leader to legislate. These were future campaign talking points. If the Democrat leader really wanted to legislate, he would be bringing up something like Senator Ernst's legislation to promote access to contraception, which has a number of Republican co-sponsors, or any one of the numerous common-sense border proposals Republicans have advanced, like Senator Blackburn's measure to allow state and local law enforcement to detain criminal illegal aliens for ICE to deport. But that's not the legislation the Democrat leader is bringing up. Because as I said, Mr. President, he's not interested in legislating. He's interested in boosting Democrats' electoral chances, he hopes, this fall. Now, Mr. President, I know the Democrat leader is trying his hardest to put Republicans in a difficult spot. But as I've said before, if he hopes to have us quaking in our boots over taking these votes, he should think again. Because Republicans are happy to have the chance to talk about the Democrat agenda, to talk about the disaster President Biden created at our southern border, a disaster he allowed to thrive unchecked for years, despite the serious danger to our national security. Or to talk about how, under the guise of protecting access to contraception, something that is not under threat, I might add, the Democrat leader brought up legislation that would not only funnel money to Democrats' allies at Planned Parenthood, but would wipe out conscience protections for health care providers. Democrats' bill specifically targets the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, which is bipartisan legislation passed in 1993, back when Democrats actually believed in defending our First Amendment freedoms. And this is not Democrats' only attempt to target this legislation and to dictate how and when Americans can live according to their faith. Take, for example, Democrats' so-called Women's Health Protection Act, more accurately called the Abortion on Demand Act, which would prevent health care providers from claiming protection under the Religious Freedom Restoration Act if their faith prevents them from performing abortions. Apparently, the, quote, personal freedoms that the Democrat leader mentioned earlier this month don't include religious freedom, at least not when your faith conflicts with Democrats' policy positions. And speaking of the Abortion on Demand Act, Mr. President, I find it very interesting that in a month, the Democrat leader intended to be dedicated to, quote, reproductive freedoms, he chose not to bring up Democrats' signature abortion legislation. Is it possible he thought that in a month in which he hoped to paint Republicans as extremists, it might not be a great idea to bring up Democrats' radical abortion legislation, lest Americans see just how extreme Democrats are on this issue? In fact, Mr. President, the Democrats' bill might be the most extreme abortion legislation ever considered by Congress. The so-called Women's Health Protection Act would not only allow abortion through all 40 weeks of pregnancy, it would sweep away almost every common sense restriction that has been upheld under Roe and would make abortion on demand at any time for essentially any reason the law of the land. Not to mention wiping out the ban on taxpayer funding of abortion, something that's been agreed upon by both sides for nearly 50 years. Needless to say, this is far out of step with the American people, a majority of whom believe abortion should generally be illegal during the second 3 months of pregnancy, and 70% of whom believe abortion should generally be illegal during the final 3 months. Not to mention the fact that it's also out of step with European abortion law, with 46 out of 50 European UN member countries restricting abortion on demand after 15 weeks. But that's certainly not stopping Democrats from pursuing one of the most radical abortion regimes in the world. Mr. President, in the coming weeks, I expect we'll see the Democrat summer of show votes continue. But I suspect the American people will not be fooled by Democrats' politicking. And as for Republicans, well, we're happy to discuss the Democrat agenda anytime Democrats would like to bring it up. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President, in just a few minutes, I'll ask for unanimous consent to pass my Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. This is a very simple bill, Mr. President, and it should be a non-controversial one. It simply says that a baby born alive after an attempted abortion is entitled to the same protection and medical care that any other newborn baby is entitled to. That's all. It doesn't limit abortion. It doesn't make abortion illegal. It simply states that a baby born alive after an attempted abortion is entitled to medical care. And yet somehow this bill is too much for my Democrat colleagues, Mr. President. Somehow saying that a living, breathing baby born alive after an attempted abortion is entitled to medical care is a step too far. I'd be interested to know exactly what it is that they're afraid of. And I suspect they're afraid that by pointing to the humanity of the born child, they might end up pointing to the humanity of the unborn child. After all, it makes no sense to say that a baby is not a human being a second before birth and is a human being a second after. And so I suspect that Democrats are afraid that recognizing the humanity of a living, breathing, born child in an abortion clinic might end up leading to protection for unborn children. And Democrats are apparently so determined to ensure that the supposed right to kill unborn children is protected that they're willing to oppose a law to protect born children. It is a tragic measure of their extremism on this issue. And if anyone thinks that abortion isn't a slippery slope, that we can somehow devalue unborn babies' lives while maintaining respect for everyone else's, well, I'm here to tell them differently. Because we're at a point where roughly 50% of the United States Congress opposes protecting the lives of born human beings if they happen to be born alive after an attempted abortion. Mr. President, in a matter of seconds now, one of my Democrat colleagues will object to this legislation. But I hope and pray that this will not be the last word, and that one day soon we will get to a point where legislation like this will not be controversial and where human rights of every human being, born and unborn, will be respected. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S-204 and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Reserving the right to object, Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, despite what our Republican colleagues propose. The contents of this legislation would yield harmful impacts on patients and providers. This bill creates new and vague standards of care for physicians providing reproductive health care that are not based in medicine, not based in science, and not based in fact. It goes to unnecessary lengths to penalize doctors and patients for so-called substandard care when current federal law already ensures doctors the obligation to provide appropriate medical care to all their patients. This bill fails to consider a serious reality for expectant parents. Too often, some parents learn late in their pregnancy that their baby wouldn't survive due to factors beyond their control. At that point, parents are often placed in a position to make one of the most difficult decisions of their lives, which is to end the pregnancy at the delivery of their baby. That is why my Democratic colleagues and I have taken to the Senate floor over the last few weeks to plead with our Republican colleagues about protecting a patient's right to choose what to do with their own bodies. But this bill is an attempt to once again drag our nation backwards, and I refuse, Mr. President, to sit idly by and watch it happen. For those reasons, I object.
Summer is an exciting time of year for many Americans. It's a time for adventure, for relaxation, for quality time spent with friends and family. But like seemingly everything else, summer activities are more expensive in the Biden economy. The cost of gas for a family trip is up 45% since President Biden took office. Food for a summer cookout costs 10% more than it did last year. And fees for summer camp are giving parents sticker shock. Even just keeping the house cool has climbed 8% since last summer to over $700. And of course, Mr. President, this is a small sampling of what Americans have been going through for the past 3+ years. Last week's inflation report confirmed again what Americans know all too well. Inflation is still a problem. Overall, prices are up more than 20% since President Biden took office. The cost of groceries is up 21%. Energy costs are up 41%. Car repairs and maintenance are up 30%. And the list goes on. All told, it costs a typical family $13,000 more per year to maintain the standard of living that family enjoyed when President Biden took office. $13,000 more just to buy the exact same things you were buying 3 years ago. As one mother of three told the New York Times, and I quote, "We're spending way more to get the same amount of food that we were getting before," end quote. Mr. President, the inflation rate has been elevated for 38 months. Understandably, many people are at the end of their rope. Americans have dipped into their savings. They've taken out record levels of credit card debt. And a shocking report came out recently that said that more than a quarter of Americans have skipped meals because of inflation. Skip meals because of inflation. And Mr. President, the cost of dealing with inflation is adding to Americans' financial pain. To fight inflation, the Federal Reserve has been forced to keep interest rates high, which affects Americans' finances in a variety of ways. Many Americans turn to credit cards, racking up record levels of debt to cope with inflation. And higher interest rates, in part the result of the Fed's actions, are making credit card bills harder to pay down. The same is true for car payments. And Americans looking to own their own home are facing what one housing expert calls, and I quote, "the most challenging home buying market we've ever seen," end quote. The average monthly mortgage payment is a staggering $2,800. The result of a combination of higher mortgage rates and higher home prices. And if you do own a home, a recent report found that the cost of keeping and maintaining it has gone up 26% since 2020 to more than $1,500 per month. Mr. President, it's worth remembering that it didn't have to be this way. 3 years ago, President Biden and Democrats forced through a reckless and partisan spending spree under the guise of pandemic relief. They've been warned that spending so much risked setting off an inflation crisis unlike any that we had seen in decades. And yet they chose to ignore those warnings and push through $1.9 trillion in new government spending. Inflation almost immediately began surging as a result. It is the textbook definition of inflation: too many dollars chasing too few goods. And then instead of learning the lesson, they move forward with even more reckless spending plans. Well, fortunately, the Democrats' $3.5 trillion Build Back Better spending spree failed to get off the ground, but they've steadily run up the debt with their so-called Inflation Reduction Act, whose true cost continues to grow. And the student loan forgiveness schemes the President has put in place come with a price tag in the hundreds of billions of dollars. And it's clear that if President Biden gets a second term, there will be a lot more lavish spending on the docket. Plus, you have the President's proposed tax hikes. And then there are the expiring tax cuts. In 2017, Republicans delivered tax reform that lowered rates across the board and allowed families to keep more of their hard-earned dollars. But those tax cuts are set to expire next year. And the President Biden seems willing to let that happen. That would mean a $1,600 tax hike for a typical family in 2026 on top of years of economic pain from Bidenomics and inflation. Let's hope the American people don't have to find out what that would feel like. Mr. President, it's going to be another expensive summer in the Biden. Mr. President, last month's arrest of 8 men from Tajikistan with suspected ties, to ISIS further underscored what we have known for a long time. And that is that President Biden's 3-year-plus border crisis is a threat to our national security. All 8 of these individuals had made their way into our country across our southern border. And they are hardly the only dangerous individuals to have made their way into our country on President Biden's watch. An illegal immigrant who had successfully evaded the Border Patrol to enter the United States has been arrested for the murder of a mother in Maryland. An illegal immigrant released into the country on parole has been charged with the murder of a nursing student in Georgia. 2 illegal immigrants are charged with the killing of a 12-year-old girl in Texas. Unfortunately, Mr. President, I could go on. In another alarming case, 50 out of 400 illegal immigrants who entered the United States through an ISIS-linked smuggling network are still unaccounted for. Mr. President, it is, of course, impossible to predict or stop every crime. But the chaos at our southern border that President Biden has allowed to rage for 3+ years has unquestionably created an environment that facilitates the entry of dangerous individuals into our country. Since President Biden took office, approximately 10 million individuals that we know of have made their way illegally into our country. 10 million. That's larger than the population of the vast majority of American states. We've had 3 successive years of record-breaking illegal immigration on President Biden's watch. 3. And we can only hope that we will manage to avoid yet a 4th. The situation is so bad that President Biden finally realized that if he didn't do something, his disastrous record on the border might tank his re-election prospects. And while it would be nice if the executive action he took last month had been motivated by the clear national security dangers the situation presents, and not by fear of losing an election, at least he finally conceded that he had to do something, inadequate and full of exemptions as it might be. But while this might, and I emphasize might, be a case of better late than never, I'm afraid it's also a case of too little, too late. Because a tremendous amount of damage has been done that President Biden can't fix, even if he should succeed in restricting future flows. As I said, roughly 10 million illegal immigrants have entered our country on President Biden's watch. And while I am sure that many of these individuals were simply in search of a better life, we can be pretty confident that there are others, like the recently arrested individuals with suspected ties to ISIS, who have more malign intentions. Of particular concern are the roughly 1.8 million known gotaways. Those are individuals that the Border Patrol saw but was unable to apprehend, who've made their way into the country over the course of this administration. U.S. Border Patrol Chief Jason Owens, speaking earlier this year about the number of gotaways at the border, said, and I quote, "Those are the numbers that really keep us up at night. Because if you know that all you need to do is turn yourself into the Border Patrol and go through the process, what possible reason would you have for wanting to evade capture? Could it be that those are the folks that probably have criminal intent?" End quote. Chief Owens was referring to the fact that under the Biden administration's lax asylum system, individuals who show up at the border claiming asylum have frequently been released into the country with court dates as much as a decade into the future. And his point, of course, is that when turning yourself into the Border Patrol with a claim for asylum is likely to result in years of essentially legal permanent residence, it's especially concerning that we have had hundreds of thousands of individuals choosing not to turn themselves in and escaping into the interior of our country. So again, Mr. President, even if President Biden's executive action from last month does do something to help reduce the flow of illegal immigration, which very much remains to be seen, we will still be left with the effects of the chaos he has allowed to rage at our southern border for 3+ years. And will still be left with the effects of his other disastrous border and immigration policies, from offering mass amnesty to hundreds of thousands of individuals whose asylum cases have been closed without a decision, to fast-tracking mass parole through the CBP-1 app, to placing unaccompanied children with possibly dangerous guardians in the United States, something, by the way, that Senator Grassley is currently working to prevent in the future. And I expect we'll still be dealing with the consequences of President Biden's dangerous policies for a long time to come. Mr. President, I yield the floor. The Israeli Prime Minister's speech in Congress yesterday, a speech that a number of my Democrat colleagues and Vice President Harris chose to boycott, was a timely reminder of the dangerous world we face. Iran-backed terrorist organizations like Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, fomenting terror and instability in the Middle East. An emboldened Russia engaged in a ground war against Ukraine on the doorstep of our NATO allies. An increasingly aggressive China and an increasingly endangered Taiwan. And the unfortunate truth, Mr. President, is that we are not as prepared as we should be to confront these threats. We have service branches struggling with recruitment. We have ships that can't sail and planes that can't fly because of maintenance issues. We have shortages of munitions. Our colleague, Senator Wicker, the ranking member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, recently put forward a blueprint for rebuilding our military. He points out that our defense budget as a share of the economy has fallen to near historic lows, hardly in line with the threats that we face today. And he proposes increasing the defense budget over the next few years alongside important reforms to put our military in a position of strength, not just now, but well into the future. It's a call that we need to heed. Last fall, the Strategic Posture Commission offered a disturbing assessment, and I quote, "Today, the United States is on the cusp of having not one, but two nuclear peer adversaries, each with ambitions to change the international status quo by force if necessary, a situation which the United States did not anticipate and for which it is not prepared." End quote. A situation which the United States did not anticipate and for which it is not prepared. That is a pretty disturbing analysis, Mr. President, and it underlines the absolute imperative of addressing our military readiness today. Which brings me to this year's National Defense Authorization Act. I'm grateful that our colleagues on the Armed Services Committee have put forward a bill that, while it does not authorize all the investment our military needs, does take steps to address the challenges that we're facing. This year's NDAA authorizes full funding for the European and Pacific deterrence initiatives and takes steps to strengthen our partnerships to counter Russia and China. It takes important steps to modernize our military and authorize financing for the technologies and weapons of tomorrow. And it authorizes the purchase of new ships, combat vehicles, and aircraft to update our aging fleets. I'm particularly pleased to report that this bill includes full funding for the next steps of the B-21 mission, including necessary support facilities. The Air Force calls the B-21 Raider, its new long-term strategic bomber, the future backbone of this bomber force. And I'm incredibly proud that this mission will be hosted at South Dakota's own Ellsworth Air Force Base. And one of my top priorities here in Congress is ensuring that the Air Force, and Ellsworth in particular, has everything it needs for this critical advancement in our nation's readiness. Mr. President, the Senate Armed Services Committee passed this year's National Defense Authorization Act on June 13th. And well over a month later, the Democrat leader still hasn't found time for this critical legislation, nor is there any indication of when he will. It says a lot about Democrats' priorities. But I hope that the Democrat leader will take a moment to consider that while he puts our defense on the back burner, our enemies are not delaying their ambitions or their aggressive activities. And I hope he will bring this important and consequential legislation to the floor in the very near future. Mr. President, as I begin this morning, I want to take a moment to address the events that transpired yesterday just a few short blocks from where we're standing. The summer months are busy tourist months here in our nation's capital, and for some, the view from Union Station is the very first sight they have of Washington, D.C. Those who emerged from Union Station yesterday afternoon, however, were confronted not with the beauty of the historic station, but with a scene of lawlessness. Violent protesters tore down American flags that fly in front of Union Station, lit at least one of them on fire, and raised Palestinian flags in their place. Others defiled the monuments in front of the station with messages including, and I quote, "Hamas is coming," and "globalize the Intifada." Now imagine being a Jewish person walking to work past those slogans. Mr. President, we have a proud tradition of public protest in the United States. But there is a difference between exercising free speech rights and the vandalism and violence that we saw yesterday. In addition to what we saw in front of Union Station and elsewhere, an anti-Israel protester or protesters released hundreds of maggots and mealworms into the hotel where the Prime Minister and a lot of other people were staying. This is not part of the proud tradition of American political discourse. This is thuggery, pure thuggery. And I'm frankly appalled by how little we have heard in response from Democrats. The President addressed the nation last night. Could he not have added a few words on this disturbing display? What about the Vice President? Every single public official and every single American should be united in condemning this violence and vandalism, as well as rhetoric that elevates terrorism and foments anti-Semitism. We are better than this, and it's time we started acting like it.
We are.
I would ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, yesterday evening, in the tradition of another Democrat president and his infamous court-packing scheme way back in 1937, President Biden announced a proposal to interfere with the Constitution's separation of powers and permanently politicize the Supreme Court. He dressed it up with appeals to permanent American values. But what it all boiled down to, Mr. President, was this: Democrats don't like some of the Supreme Court's recent decisions. And so they decided to change the rules of the game. That's it. Mr. President, I've disagreed with more than one Supreme Court decision in my time. I've disagreed with Supreme Court justices nominated by presidents of my own party. But I have never thought that my not agreeing with a Supreme Court decision meant that the court itself was illegitimate, or that my party should attempt to change the law to make over the Supreme Court in our image. Well, not so for Democrats. The Supreme Court releases a handful of decisions that Democrats don't like, and they decide that the court is illegitimate and that it's time to remake the court to their liking. More than one Democrat has already introduced legislation in Congress to do just that. And now, with the President's announcement yesterday, it's become clear that those plans have accelerated. And that if Democrats take the White House and Congress in November, we can expect them to lose no time in destroying the court as we know it. And while the president's proposals are troubling enough, a measure to circumvent the Constitution's lifetime appointments for justice and replace the Supreme Court's own code of conduct with a code of conduct mandated by Democrat members of Congress, who knows? Who knows if Democrats will stop there? After all, while their proposal would conveniently start by retiring Republican appointees, Democrats would only be able to retire one justice every 2 years. What's to say that would be fast enough for Democrats? We all know that court packing, which is expanding the Supreme Court until you get a sufficient number of justices to endorse your policies, has gained significant traction in Democrat circles. Indeed, President Biden's term limits proposal is a version of court packing by another name. And it would not surprise me at all if Democrats didn't stop there, because make no mistake, Mr. President, this is a slippery slope. Once you start interfering, there is no going back. If the Democrats implement this plan, it is easy to see a future where each subsequent administration acts to return balance to the Supreme Court, with the result that the Supreme Court changes wildly from administration to administration, losing all independence and credibility and any resemblance to the Supreme Court as established by the Constitution. I'd like to remind my Democrat colleagues of what happened with the filibuster for judicial nominees here in the Senate. Back in 2013, Democrats, frustrated that they could not rubber stamp all of President Obama's appointees, abolished the filibuster for lower court nominees. It turned out to be a quick step from that to abolishing the filibuster for Supreme Court nominees a few years later. And I'm pretty sure that I've heard more than one of my Democrat colleagues express regret over that 2013 decision. But it seems that Democrats are resolved not to learn from history and are perfectly willing to sacrifice the long-term stability of the Supreme Court for their own short-term political gain. Mr. President, even worse than any specific element of President Biden's proposals yesterday is the incredibly dangerous precedent they would set for meddling in what is supposed to be a separate, independent branch of our government. If Democrats were really concerned about impartiality and the rule of law and promoting faith in the Supreme Court, the last thing they would be doing is interfering with the court's makeup. And if there are any Democrats left in Congress who are willing to put the long-term health of our institutions over some temporary political gain, I urge them to join Republicans in opposing this power grab. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Madam President, America has always been a place where if you work hard, you can get ahead. But it's a lot more challenging in the Biden economy. Inflation has dealt working families a series of setbacks that have made it harder to get ahead. And it's in large part due to this administration's reckless spending. Madam President, 3.5 years ago, Vice President Harris cast her first tie-breaking votes in the Senate to advance a $1.9 trillion spending bill under the guise of pandemic relief. She and our Democrat colleagues had been warned that that level of spending risked setting off inflation, unlike any we had seen in a generation. But they passed it anyway. And inflation began to take off almost immediately. 3 years later, prices have gone up more than 20%. Groceries are up 21%. The cost of car repairs up 31%. Energy costs have gone up 40%. Nearly every aspect of daily life is more expensive in the Biden-Harris economy, and Americans are struggling to make ends meet. More than one-third of Americans are worried about paying their bills. They're pulling back on their spending and putting more on their credit cards. Some people are even taking on extra work just to get by. But sometimes it's still not enough. As one new mom in Missouri put it, and I quote, "It's just hard. I work full-time. My husband works full-time. I feel like at this point we're moving more towards survival mode rather than thriving," end quote. Another mom in Virginia says of her sons and their wives, and I quote again, "Everyone is working as absolutely hard as they can. They are not farther ahead than my husband and I were 30 years ago," end quote. And another woman in Pennsylvania who's working 2 jobs says, and I quote again, "Prior to inflation, I didn't have any debt. I didn't have any credit cards, never applied for like a payday loan or any of those things. But since inflation, I needed to do all those things. I've had to downgrade my life completely," end quote. Well, Madam President, they're not alone. For many Americans, life in the Biden-Harris economy feels like a downgrade. It now costs a typical family $13,000 more per year just to maintain the same standard of living it enjoyed when President Biden took office. $13,000 more per year just to tread water. That's an incredible strain on families' budgets. And it's not just higher prices. Measures to tame inflation have also added to Americans' financial pain. To fight inflation, the Federal Reserve has been forced to keep interest rates high, which affects Americans' finances in a variety of ways. As I said, many Americans have turned to credit cards to cope with inflation. And higher interest rates, in part, the result of the Fed's actions, are making credit card bills harder to pay down. Same is true for car payments. And Americans looking to own their own home are facing what one housing expert called, and I quote, "the most challenging home buying market we have ever seen," end quote. The average monthly mortgage payment is a staggering $2,600, the result of a combination of higher mortgage rates and higher home prices. Madam President, the White House has spent a lot of time trying to spin the economy as strong, but the American people aren't buying it. An economy where people are working harder and still struggling to get by isn't what most Americans consider a strong economy. And it can't be America's future. I said inflation began accelerating as a result of Democrats' reckless spending. That's not a Republican talking point. It's a fact with which Democrat economists agree. Yet the Biden-Harris administration and congressional Democrats show no signs of backing off their reckless tax and spending agenda. In fact, it's clear they envision a lot more of the same. The administration's latest budget request is filled with burdensome new taxes and trillions in new spending. They want to see the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act expire, which would mean more tax increases. And Democrats still have plenty of other tax and spending ideas they would like to implement. Madam President, the American people have suffered enough. I don't want to think about what kind of economic pain we could see from another 4 years of Democrats' reckless spending. And I sincerely hope, that the American people will not have to experience it. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in a couple of weeks, we will mark the second anniversary of one of President Biden's signature measures, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. I'm sure the White House will be celebrating, but Americans shouldn't be, because Democrats did the country no favors with this legislation. In fact, the bill reads like a roster of bad Democrat policies. It's hard to know where to even begin. Perhaps with the bill's misleading, really outright deceptive title. Democrats called the bill the Inflation Reduction Act, yet even before the bill had been signed into law, the nonpartisan Penn-Wharton budget model was noting that the bill's impact on inflation was, quote, statistically indistinguishable from zero, end quote. In other words, the Inflation Reduction Act would do nothing to reduce inflation. And President Biden confirmed this fact a year later when he noted, and I quote, it's President Biden speaking, "Well, we've put ourselves in a position where we passed the most comprehensive environmental piece of, it's called the Inflation Reduction Act. It has nothing to do with inflation," end quote. That's President Biden. Let me just repeat that, Mr. President. It's called the Inflation Reduction Act. It has nothing to do with inflation. President Biden's own words. Why Democrats chose to name it that when it had nothing to do with reducing inflation is a good question. Perhaps it was to try to convince the American people falsely that Democrats were doing something to stem the historic inflation crisis they'd created. Or perhaps it was to disguise the substance of what Democrats thought might be otherwise an unpopular bill. But moving on, Mr. President, another Democrat selling point for the bill was its claim that it would reduce the deficit. But that claim has proved to be just as hollow as the bill's title. The cost of the bill's Green New Deal provisions has grown to such an extent that the bill will not only not reduce the deficit, it's now on track to add to it. That's right. A bill Democrats touted for its deficit reduction is now predicted to actually add to the deficit. And speaking of the bill's Green New Deal provisions, as the President himself admitted last year, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act was really a chance for Democrats to impose their Green New Deal fantasies. And so the bill contains things like $1.5 billion, billion, I might add, for a grant program to plant trees, $1 billion for zero-emission heavy-duty vehicles like garbage trucks, $3 billion for the U.S. Postal Service for zero-emission delivery vehicles, $1.9 billion for things like road equity, whatever that is, and identifying gaps in tree canopy coverage, and at least $30 billion in climate slush funds, part of which was allocated for, among other things, climate-related political activity. Yes, Mr. President, climate-related political activity. Because clearly families struggling with high grocery prices and high energy prices in the Biden-Harris economy are eager to see their tax dollars going to Green New Deal activism. Then, of course, there are the tax credits the bill provides for well-off Americans to purchase new electric vehicles. And there's much, much more. All told, the climate and energy-related provisions of the bill are now projected to cost American taxpayers in excess of $1 trillion. Mr. President, I mentioned tax credits for electric vehicles. Perhaps the Biden administration's signature environmental measure has been attempting to force the widespread adoption of electric vehicles. The Inflation Reduction Act tax credits are one part of this crusade. Others include the final emissions rules the Biden administration released this spring that will have the practical effect of forcing car and truck companies to electrify a huge portion of their sales lots. And the big problem here, Mr. President, is that the President is attempting to force the adoption of his electric vehicle fantasy at a time when our electric grid is barely keeping up with current demand. An article in the Washington Post this March entitled "Amid Explosive Demand, America is Running Out of Power" noted, and I quote, "Vast swaths of the United States are at risk of running short of power as electricity-hungry data centers and clean technology factories proliferate around the country, leaving utilities and regulators grasping for credible plans to expand the nation's creaking power grid," end quote. And that's our situation right now, as we speak. Mr. President, without the incredible burden that would be added to our grid by a vast increase in the number of electric cars and trucks on the road. If the President is successful in imposing a rapid and widespread increase in the number of electric vehicles, we're likely to be facing a situation where there is simply not enough power available to keep up with demand, with higher prices, electricity rationing, blackouts and brownouts as the inevitable result. Well, Mr. President, I could go on for a while here about the strain the President is attempting to place on our electric grid, even as he seeks to weaken the already creaky grid even further with burdensome new regulations. And I could go on about the Inflation Reduction Act. I haven't even talked about the incredible amount of money Democrats funneled to the IRS through this legislation, the majority of it earmarked for increased audits and enforcement to help fund Democrats' Green New Deal fantasies. Nor have I talked about the tax hikes the bill levies on conventional energy, which are doing no favors for Americans already beset by high energy bills in the Biden-Harris economy. And then there are the bill's price controls for prescription drugs, which will curtail medical innovation and the development of new medications. When the Biden administration originally proposed this policy, research from the University of Chicago projected that price controls on prescription drugs and Medicare would result in 135 fewer new drugs available to patients. And we've already seen those projections beginning to come to fruition as multiple drug companies have halted research into new treatments as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act. I'll stop here, Mr. President. Suffice it to say that Democrats' so-called Inflation Reduction Act is a catalog of bad Democrat policies, from unrealistic Green New Deal measures to costly tax hikes to irresponsible spending. And unfortunately, if we end up with a President Harris next year, this legislation is likely a grim preview of more bad bills to come. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it's no secret that Democrats increasingly subscribe to the philosophy that if you don't like the way the game is going, you change the rules. We've seen it in striking fashion with the Supreme Court. Democrats respond to pretty much every Supreme Court decision that they don't like these days with claims not just that the court's decision was wrong, but that the court itself is illegitimate. And as the President made clear with the release of his de facto court-packing plan this summer, if Democrats are elected, we can confidently expect them to lose no time in remaking the court to their liking to ensure they get the policy outcomes that they want. But of course, the Supreme Court is not the only institution that Democrats have a problem with. Democrats are also frustrated that they haven't gotten a blank check for their far-left priorities in the Senate. And so, if Democrats win in November, they intend to change the rules of the Senate, specifically the filibuster rule, to ensure that they can steamroll through their plans to remake the government and the country. The Democrat leader made that very explicit last month at the Democrat National Convention when he said that his party would change the rules to pass Democrats' so-called voting rights legislation, more accurately described as a federal takeover of elections designed to give Democrats a permanent electoral advantage. He also indicated that his conference would move to change the rules to pass abortion legislation, perhaps Democrats' bill to codify abortion up until the moment of birth. Really, the only question remaining seems to be whether Democrats will abolish the filibuster completely or just render it meaningless by carving out exemptions for all Democrats' most cherished priorities. Now, Mr. President, I've spoken on the floor more than once about the importance of the filibuster. The founders intended the Senate to be a counterbalance to the House. It was designed as a more stable, more thoughtful, and more deliberative legislative body to consider, or to check, I should say, ill-considered or intemperate legislation or tyranny by the majority. And as time has gone on, the legislative filibuster is the Senate rule that has had perhaps the greatest impact in preserving the founders' vision of the Senate. The filibuster acts as a check on imprudent or highly partisan legislation. It forces discussion and compromise. And critically, it ensures that Americans whose party is not in power also have a voice in Congress. As one senator said a few years ago when abolishing the filibuster was under consideration, he said, and I quote, "Folks who want to see this change want to eliminate one of the procedural mechanisms designed for the express purpose of guaranteeing individual rights and would undermine the protections of a minority point of view in the heat of majority excess." That senator was Joe Biden. Or as another senator once said when a change to the filibuster rule was under discussion, and I quote, "The bottom line is very simple. The ideologues in the Senate want to turn what the Founding Fathers called the cooling saucer of democracy into the rubber stamp of dictatorship. They want, because they can't get their way, to change the rules in midstream, to wash away 200 years of history. They want to make this country into a banana republic where if you don't get your way, you change the rules. It'll be a doomsday for democracy if we do," end quote. It'll be a doomsday for democracy if we do. The senator who said that, of course, was the current Democrat leader of the Senate. The same leader who has announced that his party will, quote, "change the rules in midstream," end quote, to force through Democrats' priorities. Now, Mr. President, I suppose the Democrat leader could have had a change of heart. This once fierce defender of the filibuster could have become convinced that the filibuster no longer serves a useful purpose. But if that's what this is, if this is truly a principled change, then I would like to hear the Democrat leader endorse the abolition of the filibuster if Republicans win the election. I'd like also to hear him argue that a Republican Congress and a Republican president should be able to force through every legislative priority Republicans want, whether that's a real border security legislation or a ban on killing unborn children past the point in a pregnancy where they can feel pain. I suspect, however, that the Democrat leader has not had this change of heart. In fact, I suspect that if President Trump wins the election and Republicans take the House and the Senate, the Democrat leader will be happy to use the filibuster to check Republican legislation, just as he did during President Trump's first term. Now, funnily enough, I don't recall hearing much from Democrats about the need to abolish the filibuster back then. In fact, 32 Democrats, including then-Senator Kamala Harris, signed a letter in April of 2017 calling on Senate leadership to preserve the legislative filibuster. In short, Mr. President, it's pretty clear that the Democrat leader's change of heart isn't principle. It's political expediency. Democrats believe that the rules should apply when they serve the aims of the Democrat Party and that the rules should be abolished whenever they interfere with Democrats' far-left agenda. Mr. President, if Democrats abolish the filibuster, in whole or in part, it would, to quote the current Democrat whip, be the end of the Senate as it was originally devised and created, going back to our founding fathers, end quote. The minority party in the Senate and in the country would no longer have any meaningful voice in legislation. The loss of the filibuster would also create legislative whiplash, with one party passing all its most controversial proposals when it has unified power in Washington, and then the other party undoing all of that legislation and passing its own proposals when it gains unified power. To say that that kind of legislative instability would be bad for our country is an understatement. Sharp changes in federal policy every few years would mean endless confusion for Americans and could spell serious trouble for the economy. And Mr. President, abolishing the filibuster would not only be bad for our country, I suspect Democrats would regret it on their own behalf. and sooner rather than later. I realize that Democrats have hopes that if they pass their so-called voting rights legislation, it will help them stay in power. But surely Democrats don't believe that they can maintain a permanent hold on government. There have been some pretty robust Senate majorities in American history. But sooner or later, power has always shifted. And when it inevitably does, Democrats are likely to bitterly regret the loss of the legislative filibuster. Democrats have already had cause to regret the loss of the filibuster for judicial nominations. More than one Democrat senator has openly admitted regretting the Democrats' move to abolish the filibuster for judges and for other nominees. They ought to take a lesson from that. And if Democrats have the incredibly naive idea that they can somehow preserve the filibuster by simply creating a carve-out for their top legislative priorities, they should think again. The unraveling of the filibuster for judicial nominations should be a lesson to both parties on how well weakening the filibuster or creating a filibuster carve-out would work. Democrats carved out a filibuster exception for executive and judicial nominees. And Republicans, when they got power, took it to its logical conclusion. A legislative filibuster carve-out would be the end of the legislative filibuster, period. Mr. President, it's become disturbingly clear that the Democrat Party is committed to getting its way in whatever way it can, no matter how many institutions it damages or how many rules it breaks in the process. I would hope that at least some of my Democrat colleagues might think about the fact that their operating principle of the rules don't apply to us is generally more associated with despots than democratic republics. And that they would put the long-term health of our country and our institutions above short-term partisan gain. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum. Mr. President, before I begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge what today is. 23 years ago, terrorists flew planes into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. And 23 years since, a heroic group of Americans prevented even greater tragedy by bringing down a fourth hijacked plane before it could crash into another target. As on every September 11th since that black day, we remember the heroes who rose up at the World Trade Center, at the Pentagon, and in that bare field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And we mourn all those who were lost. My prayers, as always, are with the families of all those who still grieve their fallen loved ones, and with all those whose calling is to respond to danger and stand between us and terror. Mr. President, there's been a dizzying amount of change in the Democrat Party over the past couple of months. First, and obviously, there was the replacement of President Biden with Kamala Harris on the ticket. Democrat voters who had gone to the polls in the primaries and cast a vote for President Biden were informed that, in fact, the delegates that they had chosen would be supporting Vice President Harris instead. That was a big change, Mr. President, but not the only one. There's also the new Democrat nominee's attempt to reinvent herself. It began 5 short years ago, since Kamala Harris was running for president in the Democrat primary, as a leftist. She endorsed, among other things, a ban on fracking, taxpayer-funded gender reassignment surgeries for detained immigrants, decriminalizing drug possession, decriminalizing illegal border crossings, mandatory buyback of certain guns, and I could go on. Of course, none of that was a big surprise, Mr. President. After all, then Senator Harris, a supporter of a government takeover of health care and the budget-busting Green New Deal, regularly made lists of most liberal senators. But what is surprising, Mr. President, is the apparent 180-degree flip that she's made in the past, well, let's say 7 weeks or so in this campaign. She opposed a border wall. Now she apparently supports one. She supported a ban on fracking. Well, now she opposes one. She supported Medicare for all, the federal takeover of health care, and now says she won't push for it if she's president. She supported mandatory gun buybacks. Now she won't push for them. She supported an electric vehicle mandate, and now apparently she doesn't. And Mr. President, I could go on that list. It's amazing what a brief 7 weeks or so can do. Or perhaps I should say it's amazing what getting nominated for president can do. But it seems that despite her apparent move to the center, progressive voters should not be alarmed. A far-left compatriot of the vice president's, the senior senator from Vermont, whose Medicare for All government health care takeover she co-sponsored, was asked on Meet the Press last weekend whether he thought Vice President Harris was abandoning her progressive ideals. No, he answered. I don't think she's abandoning her ideals. I think she's trying to be pragmatic and doing what she thinks is right in order to win the election. I think she's trying to be pragmatic and doing what she thinks is right in order to win the election. Well, nothing like saying the quiet part out loud, Mr. President. I suspect he's right, and I suspect that one of the Senate's most liberal senators would quickly become one of the nation's most liberal presidents. And I think it's fair to say we've gotten a taste over the last 4 years of what government with Kamala Harris looks like. And so far, it mostly looks like a historic inflation crisis, a raging border crisis, and uncertainty on the global stage. And when I say the past 4 years have looked like a historic inflation crisis and a raging border crisis, I do mean the past 4 years. Inflation started spiking within 2 months of President Biden and Vice President Harris taking office, thanks in large part to Democrats' American Rescue Plan spending spree, a spending spree, I might add, for which Kamala Harris cast the deciding vote. And almost 4 years later, inflation is still above the Federal Reserve's target inflation rate. Americans are now paying a staggering $13,000 more a year just to maintain the same standard of living they enjoyed when President Biden and Vice President Harris took office. $13,000. Vice President Harris recently said in her speech at the Democrat National Convention that her administration would work on lowering the cost of everyday needs like groceries. Well, Mr. President, why hasn't she tried that already? She's not an outsider coming into office. She's been in office for the past 4 years. If there was something she thought she could do to bring down prices, why hasn't she done it already? And Mr. President, Democrats' nearly 4-year inflation crisis has been matched by the Biden-Harris border crisis. Border numbers started spiking almost immediately after President Biden and Vice President Harris took office, after they sent the message on day one that border security was at the bottom of their priority list. And the ensuing crisis has raged for almost the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration until fears of losing re-election prompted President Biden to at least take some too little, too late action this summer. Mr. President, I could go on and talk about the Biden-Harris administration's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan or the deep uncertainty on the world stage that has characterized their tenure. Because I'll also talk about the ways that they are putting us on track for an energy crisis. But I'll stop here. Suffice it to say that after the past 4 years, no one has to wonder what Democrat governance would look like. And I hope our country and American families will be spared another 4 years of it. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, before I begin, I just want to say how grateful I am that President Trump is safe after what appears to be a second attempt on his life in the space of 2 months. The trend this election cycle has taken toward violence is disturbing, to say the least. And I hope that this weekend's events will prompt reflection on our political discourse and the importance of not letting our disagreements lead to the dehumanization of our opponents. I'm grateful for all the law enforcement personnel who responded and helped prevent another tragedy. And I look forward to seeing a thorough investigation. Mr. President, perhaps the most important thing we do here in Congress is to provide for our nation's defense. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If we don't get national security right, the rest is conversation. Everything else we do in government and our very existence as a nation depends on our getting security right. And national security, Mr. President, is not a one-and-done kind of a situation. We can't rely on a one-time military buildup or the reputation we've earned as a superpower to keep our nation safe. Tactics change, technology changes, weapons change, and reputations, Mr. President, even strong ones, eventually change if they're not backed up with substance. Maintaining a robust national defense has to be a permanent focus year in and year out. There is no time in which we can afford to put national security on the back burner or underfund our nation's military. Which brings me to where we are today. Mr. President, in July of this year, the Commission on the National Defense Strategy released its report. It had this to say, and I quote, "The Commission finds that the United States military lacks both the capabilities and the capacity required to be confident it can deter and prevail in combat," end quote. Let me just repeat that, Mr. President. The Commission finds that the U.S. military lacks both the capabilities and the capacity required to be confident it can deter and prevail in combat. Another quote from the Commission's report said this, and I quote again, "The Commission finds that, in many ways, China is outpacing the United States and has largely negated the U.S. military advantage in the Western Pacific through 2 decades of focused military investment. Without significant change by the United States, the balance of power will continue to shift in China's favor," end quote. And Mr. President, from the Strategic Posture Commission report, and again I quote, "Today, the United States is on the cusp of having not one, but 2 nuclear peer adversaries, each with ambitions to change the international status quo by force if necessary, a situation which the United States did not anticipate and for which it is not prepared," end quote. Let me again say that, Mr. President, a situation which the United States did not anticipate and for which it is not prepared. In short, Mr. President, we have work to do. We are not where we should be when it comes to our national defense. And while our preparedness lags, the world isn't getting any safer. If anything, it is getting more dangerous. Over the course of the Biden-Harris administration, we've seen Russia invade the sovereign nation of Ukraine, China growing increasingly aggressive in the Pacific, a brutal terrorist attack on Israel that left more than 1,000 dead, terrorists threatening shipping in the Middle East, and the list literally goes on and on. This summer alone, Russian and Chinese bombers for the first time sortied together 200 miles off the coast of Alaska, an alarming display of the growing ties between those 2 nations. Taiwan reported 305 airspace violations by Chinese aircraft in the month of June, the 2nd highest monthly total on record. The Chinese continue to swarm and even collide with ships from the Philippines. And just 2 weeks ago, Japan, for the first time, reported an incursion of a Chinese aircraft into its airspace. In the Middle East, U.S. military members have continued to combat terrorists on land and Houthi attacks on U.S. ships and international shipping in the Red Sea. Hamas still holds upwards of 100 hostages in Gaza, including 7 Americans. Iran has sent close-range ballistic missiles to Russia, presumably for use against the Ukrainian people. A Pakistani national with ties to Iran was charged with plotting the assassination, I should say, of multiple U.S. politicians. And I could go on. Given all this, Mr. President, you would think the Democrat leadership here in the Senate would have made our yearly defense bills, the National Defense Authorization Act, and our defense appropriations bills, which fund that act, a priority. But you would be wrong. We are 2 weeks away from the end of the fiscal year, and we haven't touched the National Defense Authorization Act since it was passed by the committee, much less touched the defense appropriation bills. And it's not, Mr. President, because we've been passing a bunch of other substantive pieces of legislation. Aside from the Kids Online Safety and Privacy Act, we basically spent the entire summer confirming Biden nominees and taking show votes selected by the Democrat leader. And as a result, the fiscal year will close and the new one begin without a defense authorizing bill and without defense appropriations bills. Instead, our military will have to continue operating under inadequate 2024 funding levels. Existing modernization projects will be delayed, and urgent new programs will be put off. And I haven't even talked about the message these delays send to our enemies. Anyone who thinks that our enemies aren't emboldened by this careless attitude toward our national security needs to think again. And for that matter, Mr. President, what message do these delays send to our allies? I recently returned from a trip to Japan and South Korea led by my colleague Senator Hagerty to build relationships and enhance trilateral cooperation. We stressed the imperative of investing in our mutual defense cooperation, a message that will be undercut by our putting defense legislation on the back burner. Likewise, our message to allies and partners around the world that they should take more seriously their own defense investments will be juxtaposed against our own inaction. Mr. President, needless to say, it didn't have to be this way. If the Democrat leader had been more interested in meeting Congress' basic responsibilities than in conducting show votes he hopes may win Democrats a few votes in November, we could have already passed not only the National Defense Authorization Act, but the Defense Appropriations Bill that funds that act as well. As it is, thanks to the decisions of the Democrat leader, our military will have to wait at least until after the election. Meanwhile, our adversaries' efforts continue. Mr. President, this isn't the first time in the Biden-Harris administration that Democrats have chosen to put our national defense on the back burner. And while we don't know what the Senate or the presidency will look like next year, I sincerely hope that we will have leaders who take our national security a little more seriously. Because I suspect that if we don't, we will have cause, great cause, to regret it. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Republican Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, August border numbers came out on Monday, bringing the total number of encounters at our southern border thus far for fiscal year 2024 to more than 2 million. 2,033,260 to be precise. The third highest total ever recorded, with another month still to go. The highest total ever recorded was in fiscal year 2023. The second highest total ever recorded was in fiscal year 2022. And the fourth highest total ever recorded was in fiscal year 2021. In other words, Mr. President, President Biden and Vice President Harris have presided over 4 years of record-breaking illegal immigration at our southern border. The problem started right away. On the day he took office, President Biden began dismantling the border security policies of his predecessor. And illegal immigration began surging in response. No big surprise there. And for 3+ years now, President Biden and Vice President Harris essentially just stood around and watched. They watched as record-breaking numbers of individuals surge across the southern border. They watched as the Border Patrol in border cities struggled under the massive influx. They watched as encounters of individuals on the terrorist watch list nearly quadrupled in fiscal year 2022 and then rose even higher the next year. Vice President Harris was supposed to be President Biden's border czar. I'd be hard-pressed to name anything she did to stop the influx. If she did take any action, it was certainly ineffective based on the steady increases in border encounters. Now, Mr. President, I don't have to tell anyone that the problem or what the problems are with the kind of unchecked illegal immigration that we've been seeing. As I said, U.S. Customs and Border Protection has been stretched thin for pretty much the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration. Cities at the border and around the United States have struggled with the influx of migrants. And migrants themselves have suffered as they've undertaken the perilous journey to our southern border, spurred on by the Biden-Harris administration's open border policies. Worst of all, the Biden-Harris border crisis has left a gaping hole in our national security. The kind of unchecked illegal immigration we've been seeing is an invitation to dangerous individuals to enter our country. I mentioned the number of individuals on the terrorist watch list encountered at the southern border has surged. And that's just individuals who were actually apprehended. We have no idea how many terrorists or other dangerous individuals have made their way across our southern border without being apprehended. We're closing in on 2 million known gotaways in the Biden-Harris administration's watch. That's individuals the Border Patrol saw but was unable to apprehend. How many of those were dangerous people who should not be entering our country? U.S. Border Patrol Chief Jason Owens, in a March interview with CBS News, said the number of known gotaways is keeping him up at night. This is his quote. "This is a national security threat. Border security is a big piece of national security. If we don't know who is coming into our country and we don't know what their intent is, that is a threat. And they're exploiting a vulnerability that's on our border right now," end quote. That same month, FBI Director Christopher Wray told the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, and I quote, "We are seeing a wide array of very dangerous threats that emanate from the border," end quote. Let me repeat that, Mr. President. We are seeing a wide array of very dangerous threats that emanate from the border. That from the Director of the FBI. The June arrest of 8 men from Tajikistan with suspected ties to ISIS who had illegally entered the country, as well as the identification of over 400 migrants that used an ISIS-affiliated smuggling network to enter our country, are just 2 examples of the kind of threats that we face and the dangers of the chaos that President Biden and Vice President Harris have allowed to rage at our southern border. And Mr. President, in addition to threats from terrorists and other dangerous individuals, the chaos at our southern border has unquestionably facilitated illegal cross-border activity, including the smuggling of deadly drugs like fentanyl, which then make their way around our country. My state of South Dakota is about as far from our southern border as you can get, but law enforcement officials consistently tell me that the illegal drugs that they're dealing with have entered the country across our southern border. In 2022, Minnehaha County Sheriff Mike Milstead estimated that 90% of the fentanyl and meth in our state comes from Mexico. 90%, Mr. President. I could go on. There's a lot more to talk about when it comes to the Biden-Harris border crisis, from the mass amnesty the administration has offered to hundreds of thousands of individuals whose asylum cases have been closed without a decision, to the placing of unaccompanied children with possibly dangerous guardians, something that Senator Grassley and Senator Langford are currently working to rectify and prevent in the future. But I'll stop here. 4 record-breaking years of illegal immigration, Mr. President. The national security legacy of the Biden-Harris administration. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President, it was another installment of show vote summer in the Senate this week. Really, the Senate is starting to feel like an arm of the DNC. And I say show votes, Mr. President, because of course this week's vote and the other show votes we've taken this summer had nothing at all to do with legislating. These were not attempts to pass bills. These were future campaign talking points and television commercials. If the Democrat leader really wanted to pass legislation, I can think of a number of bills he would have brought up. But he isn't actually interested in getting anything done. He's interested in, he hopes, getting votes in November. Now, Mr. President, with rare exceptions, the Senate has spent essentially the entire summer confirming Biden nominees and conducting show votes. And that's not because there hasn't been important legislation for us to take up. In fact, it's quite the opposite. The Senate has crucial legislation it should have been considering. The National Defense Authorization Act, for one thing. One of the most important pieces of legislation we consider each year. Defense appropriations, veterans appropriations, all appropriations. The end of the fiscal year is almost upon us. We have 11 days left. Yet we haven't taken up a single appropriations bill on the Senate floor. And that's not because the Appropriations Committee hasn't been doing its work. Again, quite the opposite. By the beginning of August, the Senate Appropriations Committee had passed 11 out of the 12 yearly appropriations bills, several of them unanimously. Just yesterday, Senator Collins, Vice Chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee, was on the floor urging the Democrat leader to take action on the appropriations bills. There is zero reason why we shouldn't have taken up these bills on the Senate floor. And the only reason we haven't is because the Democrat leader has been more interested in scoring political points than in doing the job we were all sent here to do. I hope these hypothetical political points were worth the cost to our military that comes with continuing resolutions, which is what we're going to be forced to resort to now to keep the government running. Mr. President, in a properly functioning Senate, committee work would be reflected on the Senate floor. For example, by taking up the appropriations bills that the committee has produced. But in the Schumer Senate, leadership is top-down. And so the actual work of the Senate and the hard work of the committees has taken a back seat to the Democrat leader's political machinations. As I said, he's currently ignoring the National Defense Authorization Act and 11 appropriation bills, all passed out of the committee, all available for floor consideration, in some cases for months. In addition to ignoring committee work, the Democrat leader is also happy to interfere with or go around committees when it suits him. The Commerce Committee's final release of the Federal Aviation Administration reauthorization bill was delayed for months, because the Democrat leader objected to an amendment that was likely to pass in committee on a bipartisan basis. Rather than letting the democratic process play out, the Democrat leader chose to call a halt to committee consideration of the bill, bringing the Commerce Committee's work to a standstill, literally, for months. And while he did finally allow the Senate to take up the bill, we passed the bill a total of 8 months after the previous reauthorization had expired, again, solely because the Democrat leader didn't like an amendment that was likely to pass with bipartisan support. I was not surprised to learn last week that the leader may proceed right to an informal conference on the National Defense Authorization Act, bypassing consideration of the Senate version of the bill on the floor of the United States Senate. Again, one of the most consequential pieces of legislation that we do on an annual basis, and which should have allowed to have every member have a voice through an amendment process on the floor. But he's made it very clear that member input is not one of his priorities. And as if the Senate weren't dysfunctional enough, If Democrats win the majority, the Democrat leader intends to destroy perhaps the most important Senate rule we have, the Senate filibuster, permanently diminishing, if not eliminating, any meaningful voice for the minority in the United States Senate, which is what this institution was created to represent. Mr. President, my great hope is to see a properly functioning Senate again, one where, for starters, we actually take up each year's appropriations bills after they come out of the committee. I want to see a Senate where committee work is recognized and serves as the basis for the floor schedule, and where committee chairmen are empowered. A Senate where members have the opportunity to have their voices heard through a robust amendment process from committee to final consideration here on the floor of the Senate. And a Senate where the role the Senate plays in the legislative branch is respected and protected, starting with safeguarding the filibuster rule, which helps preserve the Senate's role as the founder said, cooling saucer of democracy. I don't have much hope that we'll see this type of Senate if Democrats are reelected and the current Democrat leader continues in his role. But it's the kind of Senate that I will continue to work for and that I hope a majority of senators aspire to. In the meantime, I guess we'll continue with the Democrat leader's show votes. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of quorum. Mr. President, as a senator from a rural state and a former chairman of the Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, expanding broadband access to rural areas has long been a priority of mine. I've done a lot of work on this issue, which is precisely why I was so concerned when the infrastructure bill proposed $42 billion for rural broadband to be funneled through the Commerce Department's National Telecommunications and Information Administration, or NTIA. I was doubtful whether NTIA was capable of administering $42 billion, given its previous struggles to administer a fraction of that amount of money. And unfortunately, those concerns have turned out to be well-founded. The Biden-Harris administration's Signature Broadband Initiative and Vice President Harris's tenure as broadband czar has been nothing short of a disaster. It's been nearly 3 years since the $42 billion Broadband Equity Access and Deployment, or what we call the BEAD program, was established at the National Telecommunications and Information Administration to provide broadband access to unserved communities. 3 years. And in all that time, Mr. President, the program has not connected a single household to the internet. Let me say that again. It's been nearly 3 years, and to be precise, 1,044 days since the BEAD program was established, and in all of that time, over 1,000 days, the program has not connected a single household to the internet. Well, a logical question would be why? Please tell us why. Well, Mr. President, it is a story, a sad story of government inefficiency and progressivism run amok. Instead of focusing on delivering broadband services to unserved areas, the Biden-Harris administration loaded down the BEAD program with a liberal wish list of requirements that were never envisioned by Congress and have obstructed broadband deployment. Climate change mandates, prioritizing government-owned networks over private investment, biased technology mandates, prioritizing the use of union labor, attempts to impose price controls in direct violation of the law, DEI hiring priorities. What should have been a straightforward application and approval process for building networks has become a literal morass. Why, oh why, Mr. President, should rural telecoms in South Dakota be talking about climate change mandates in building out broadband networks to serve underserved people in rural areas of the country? And as if the list of woke requirements weren't enough, it has been matched by massive inefficiency from the administration. One state official who recently testified before the Energy and Commerce Committee in the House had this to say about the program's implementation, and I'm quoting here: "States face a common issue, navigating the complex BEAD process. NTIA's functional requests are akin to building a plane while flying it without having the necessary instructions to be successful. NTIA has provided either no guidance, guidance given too late, or guidance changing midstream, all with a lack of appreciation for state operations and costs and the needs of our telecommunications providers," end quote. Another official from another state described BEAD, and I quote again, "the most burdensome federal program," end quote, "she has ever imagined." The most burdensome federal program she has ever imagined. And worse yet, ever had to manage. Given all this, I suppose it's no surprise that not only has broadband not reached even one household through the BEAD program, but construction projects haven't even begun. Current expectations for the start of construction on various BEAD projects range from sometime next year to sometime in 2026. 2026. We're already at 1,044 days since this program was enacted. Not a single dollar has been allocated out of the $42 billion. Well, if this is what things look like with Vice President Harris as broadbands are, I shudder to think what things would look like if she were in charge of the entire federal government. Mr. President, this isn't the first time I've sounded the alarm on the implementation of the BEAD program and the burdensome and extra legal requirements the Biden-Harris administration, I should say, has imposed. And I've been joined in this by Commerce Committee Ranking Member Senator Cruz, who shares my concerns, as well as other committee Republicans who share those concerns as well. And I'd like to see some of my Democrat colleagues taking a closer look at BEAD implementation and broadband implementation more generally. As the BEAD program makes very clear, you can throw a lot, $42 billion, a lot of taxpayer money at a problem and still not get results. And I'd like to see the Commerce Committee conduct a lot more oversight of the programs and agencies under its jurisdiction. It's been more than 1,500 days since the last Federal Communications Commission oversight hearing at the Commerce Committee. The committee, principal committee of jurisdiction over the FCC. In fact, we haven't had a single FCC oversight hearing since Democrats took control of the Senate back in 2021. And despite the ongoing failure of the BEAD program at the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, we haven't held a single hearing on NTIA yet in this Congress. And while I understand that highlighting the failure of the Biden-Harris administration signature broadband initiative is probably not high on Democrats' priority list, our obligation to the American people and our concern for the millions of Americans without broadband access should put BEAD oversight at the top of the Commerce Committee's agenda. Mr. President, the BEAD program's failure certainly highlights the fact that Vice President Harris has been no more effective as broadband czar than she has been as border czar. It also points to a larger problem, larger problems with progressivism, like big promises but poor results, and the prioritization of liberal social fantasies over the needs of the American people. And I suspect that if broadband czar Harris becomes President Harris, the BEAD program will not be the last disastrous government program we see on her watch. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum. Mr. President, when the history of the Biden-Harris administration is written, I suspect it will be defined by the historic inflation crisis that has characterized almost 4 years of this presidency. And it started almost right away. Eager to begin implementing their big spending visions, Democrats seized on COVID as an excuse for a massive partisan $1.9 trillion spending spree, the so-called American Rescue Plan Act. Democrats were warned by Democrat economists that their bill ran the risk of, and I quote, setting off inflationary pressures of a kind we have not seen in a generation, end quote. But they proceeded anyway. Vice President Harris cast the deciding, tie-breaking vote in the Senate to ensure that this massive government boondoggle would become law. And within weeks of its passage, inflation began climbing and kept climbing and climbed more and more. By 2022, inflation had reached its highest level in 40 years. 40 years. And Americans felt the consequences. As the price of everything from gas to groceries shot up, Americans dipped into their savings to make ends meet or put essential items on their credit cards. They took on second jobs. They visited food banks. They put off home repairs or family vacations. They skipped necessary medical care. And even as the rate of inflation has finally, and I say finally, slowed, Americans continue to suffer as prices remain elevated. Today, Americans are paying 21% more for groceries than they were when President Biden and Vice President Harris took office. They're paying 37% more for energy, 45% more for gasoline, 22% more for shelter. And the list goes on. Today, a typical family needs to spend an additional $13,202 per year to maintain the same standard of living it enjoyed when President Biden and Vice President Harris took office. $13,202 per year. Well, just think about that for Mr. President. Think about it for a minute. How many lower and middle-income families do you know who can easily absorb an extra $13,000 a year? How many families out there have had to lower their standard of living as a result of the Biden-Harris administration's policies? How many missed vacations or missed braces or missed extracurricular activities or missed car repairs or home projects does that $13,000 represent? And Mr. President, in addition to the staggering price hikes of the past few years, Americans have had to contend with additional economic pain as a result of the rate hikes the Federal Reserve was forced to impose to deal with the Biden-Harris inflation crisis. Those rate hikes drove up credit card interest rates. They drove up rates for car loans. They drove up mortgage rates. And so Americans who, for example, have had to charge things to their credit cards to deal with high food or energy prices are now facing increased challenges in paying off that debt. A September Wall Street Journal article noted, and I quote, around 9.1% of credit card balances turned delinquent over the past year, the highest rate in over a decade, according to an August report from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, end quote. Other Americans are finding the American dream of owning your own home to be increasingly out of their reach. as they face elevated mortgage rates on top of staggering housing prices. Mr. President, President Biden has talked a lot about building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. But it's lower and middle income Americans who have suffered the most in the Biden-Harris economy. And if Vice President Harris becomes president and Democrats take control of Congress, the next few years aren't likely to look too good for lower and middle income Americans either. It's already become clear that Vice President Harris intends to continue with the tax and spend agenda that she and President Biden have worked to impose. And if she is elected, Americans should brace for more economic pain. Mr. President, the need is great, costs are still high, gas prices are high, owning a home is a struggle. Every time I look at my bank account, it's always going down. That's what one American had to say about the economic situation earlier this year. And it has been the story for too many Americans in the Biden-Harris economy. We can only hope that they don't have to deal with another 4 years of it. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call a roll.
Ms. Baldwin.